Chapter 987. The Black Runner's sudden betrayal caused many onlookers to gasp. They weren't worried about Darkseid, they were just thinking about how they should deal with the situation. Thea also saw this from the outside. She didn't care who won, but if possible, it would be best if Darkseid won. The anti-supervisor had a strong foundation and was 100% compatible with the anti-life equation. Although he had to destroy his martial arts and separate himself from the equation, what if he didn't? As the previous god of knowledge who had destroyed quite a number of universes, such a vicious and merciless enemy had been tricked by him. If he were to always be remembered by him, it would be quite unbearable. However, she wouldn't help him. They were too far apart, and Uncle Da could only rely on himself. The evil lord remained calm despite the sudden change. He didn't expect the Black Runner to be controlled by the enemy. He had planned for tens of thousands of years for the god of death, but Thea had ruined everything. His plan had been foiled before it could even begin. If there was anything he had gained from his plan, it would be the guy riding the sled. This guy claimed to be the god of death, but that was not the case at all. Darkseid could easily defeat him, and Wasteland Wolf could also take him down if he was prepared. After all, they had lived for so many years, and everyone had a few tricks up their sleeves. If the Black Runner was the god of death, then this god of death was too weak. Darkseid prepared for tens of thousands of years with this question in mind. It wasn't until Thea entered the underworld that he realized he had been fooled by the Black Runner's nonsense. This guy was definitely not the god of death. Although the Black Runner had all kinds of problems, Darkseid had studied him for tens of thousands of years and was certain of his abilities. This guy was extremely fast and could cause instant death to any target he came into contact with. It wasn't difficult to deal with him. All Darkseid had to do was put up a defensive barrier, regardless of the nature of the barrier. On the other hand, if he wasn't prepared, he was indeed very strong. When Darkseid knew he was going to fight the anti-supervisor, he was prepared to use the Black Runner as a backup, but he didn't expect to be tricked. Due to the anti-life equation, not only the Black Runner, but even his apocalypse demons had turned against him. Only his second uncle, Wasteland Wolf, still had his own will, but he was having a hard time holding on. The situation was very unfavorable. Not only the anti-supervisor's army, but even his own apocalypse demons had turned their weapons against him. Should they retreat or continue fighting? According to their previous habits, they could retreat now, leaving behind the Wasteland Wolf to cover their retreat. As for whether or not he could survive, that was not within their consideration. However, there was a subtle change today. Darkseid's greed for the anti-life equation had overshadowed everything else, especially when he saw the anti-life supervisor put on a show for him. He was desperate to get his hands on the anti-life equation at all costs. Thea could use the divine power of death to cover the entire world's laws, and Darkseid could do the same. Suddenly, a monstrous evil suppressed all laws, and a violent aura floated in every corner of the universe. Anxiety appeared in the hearts of all intelligent life. Every life felt a tremor from the depths of their soul, as if they were sitting on top of a volcano that was about to erupt. Stimulated by the great evil, the Great Plains wolf finally broke free from the influence of the life-reversing equation. When he saw the apocalyptic demons flying towards him, he subconsciously wanted to run. However, he immediately remembered that his nephew was still not far away, so he turned his head to take a look. Not good, Boss had no intention of retreating at all. This was very unlike the Revelation Star. However, he didn't have the guts to run. All he could do was help Darkseid clean up the small fries. Black Runner? Only then did he realize that the god of death, who was on the same side as him, had become his enemy. Stop him. Buy me some time. Darkseid, who was usually a man of few words, was really anxious now. He had to say a few more words. At the same time, he didn't stop attacking the anti-life supervisor with his giant fists that could shatter planets. The anti-life supervisor's armor, which had been forged in the depths of the antimatter world, was completely shattered, but he didn't care. It was good that Darkseid didn't run away. He didn't put all his hopes on the Black Runner, and he was also fighting back with all his might. The Great Plains wolf's heart was about to jump out of his chest as the two multiverse-level beings fought with their lives on the line. There were simply too many enemies. There were so many of them that he couldn't see the end of them. He had to rely on himself to stop so many enemies, including the elusive Black Runner. Idiot. Useless. Thea, who was watching from the outside, and Darkseid, who was in the middle of the battlefield, cursed at the same time. The Black Runner used the shadows of the Apocalypse Demon and the Anti-Life Supervisor's army to bypass the Great Plains Wolf. He was as fast as lightning. The Great Plains Wolf could use his hatred to fill the space around him and slow him down, but the Black Runner ignored him completely. He increased his speed to the maximum and charged straight at Darkseid. The Anti-Life Supervisor sneered. As the former god of knowledge, he knew how the Black Runner attacked. He grabbed Darkseid tightly with both hands, not letting him break free. In the blink of an eye, Darkseid only managed to turn his body slightly before he was hit by the Black Runner. The thin figure crashed into the giant. It was like a speeding car crashing into a mountain, but this time, the car was unscathed, and the mountain was about to collapse. Darkseid wasn't the apocalypse. He didn't have a god to rely on. Even death attacks could still hurt him and even take his life. The Black Runner's sleigh left a huge wound under his ribs. The black aura of death began to invade his body. Darkseid tried his best to suppress the injury, but it didn't work. His face was pale as if his life was about to come to an end. The Anti-Life Supervisor laughed loudly. His voice was so hoarse that it sounded like he was sawing wood, but he was very happy. He could almost see himself becoming a human again. Freedom had never been so close to him. He didn't care if killing Darkseid would cause a commotion in the multiverse. Darkseid, you idiot, had played such a good hand. Thea cursed. She wanted to return to Earth 3, but unfortunately, Darkseid had gone berserk, and the evil world had regained its original form with his help. It was even stronger than before. The worlds will remember the experience of being suppressed by her and was now resisting her entry. The Anti-Life Supervisor glanced at the outside world as if he wanted to see the expressions of the onlookers. But to prevent any accidents, he looked at Darkseid again. The Evil Lord's deity position was very suitable for him. He was separated from his position as the Anti-Life Supervisor and the Anti-Life Equation. Of course, he wasn't going to be immortal again. Darkseid's deity position was tailor-made for him, and he wasn't going to give it up. Chapter 988. Huh. The counter-supervisor lowered his head and was about to absorb Darkseid's essences. He was no stranger to capturing essences to create the Mobius chair. In fact, he was very familiar with it. After identifying the 5 essences in Darkseid's body, he thought about the order of absorption. Suddenly, he saw a dagger sticking out of Darkseid's rib. The dagger was golden, and time seemed to be flowing within it. Whose dagger was that? He, Darkseid, the wild wolf, and the Black Runner did not have a dagger around them, so who could have stabbed Darkseid? He instantly realized the problem. Darkseid had stabbed himself. He was delaying the death from the wound. The counter-supervisor realized it too late. Just half a beat. Darkseid's weakness was gone. He jumped up and punched the counter-supervisor in the chest. He then stabbed his left hand into the counter-supervisor's chest and tore the counter-supervisor in half. Thea, who was watching from the outside, felt her teeth ache. She recognized the dagger. It was a divine weapon that the Egyptian gods had created to take revenge on Darkseid. She had given it to Batman after that. According to Batman, he had stabbed Darkseid with the dagger. Logically speaking, the dagger should have been used up. She did not expect him to keep it until now and even recover some of its functions. On one hand, he was suppressing his injuries. On the other hand, he was setting up a trap to lure the counter-supervisor into it. Although Darkseid was expressionless, she did not expect him to be so good at acting. The counter-supervisor was still breathing, but he had lost the ability to move. After the Black Death Emperor, he was once again on the brink of death. However, there was no White Lantern to save him this time. The counter-supervisor had lost control of his body. The anti-life equation automatically stopped spinning. Without the Black Runner and the Apocalypse demons, they regained their senses. Realizing that he had gotten himself into big trouble, the Black Runner turned around and ran. He was so fast that the onlookers could only see a blur before he completely disappeared. Thea was a little disappointed. She had wanted to recruit him. She did not expect him to run so fast. The Black Runner had the ability to run, but the Apocalypse demon soldiers could not. The Apocalypse demons looked at their boss nervously. If Darkseid had been as hot-tempered as he was in the past, he would have killed all of them in the most bloody and cruel way possible. But now that he knew what had happened to him, he no longer had the strength to do anything. The injuries caused by the Black Runner were not complicated. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, they were far inferior to Thea's. It would not be too troublesome to remove them in time. After all, he had hung up the Black Runner to study for tens of thousands of years. However, in order to induce the anti-eunuch, Darkseid used a more intense method to suppress his injuries. Right now, the power of time of the Egyptian gods had combined with the death of Osiris and the Black Runner. The combination of the injuries of a new god and an old one was more than enough for him to deal with. In addition, the life-reversing equation wasn't a piece of paper or some divine equipment. If he didn't take the initiative to separate it, it wouldn't drop even if he died 10 times. It had to be extracted from the depths of his soul. The anti-eunuch was of a higher level than a new god, so it would take some time to extract it. Even villains had enemies. Not only were the good guys targeting him, but other villains were also targeting him. The evil lord had obtained such a superweapon in front of everyone. It was the ultimate power of the universe, so it was only natural that people would be jealous of him. At the very least, the demons of hell had their eyes on him. The significance of this was self-evident. Time was tight, and the mission was important. Darkseid carried the anti-eunuch's body that had been torn in two and ordered the wasteland wolves to retreat. The battle had come to an end, and Thea looked away. She didn't care about the life-reversing equation at all. Let the villains fight for it. Even if the Heavenly Father wanted to join the battle, she would not stop him. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Father had been watching from the sidelines and did not have the courage to fight. The people of the Righteous Alliance returned to Earth, and the government took over. They held a meeting to discuss the captives. Super Overlord was easy to deal with. Without kryptonite to replenish his energy, he was no different from an ordinary person under the yellow sun. The cowardly Hal Jordan was also no threat. However, the matter of the Super Queen left the heroes scratching their heads. This pregnant supervillain left them at a loss. How should they deal with her? Where was the best place to lock her up? According to my observations, the child in her belly is also an Esper, and it should be Lex's child. Thea thought about it and decided to tell the truth. The people of the Righteous Alliance booed. This Super Queen was really something. She was Super Overlord's official girlfriend, but she had a secret rendezvous with Night Owl, and she had Lex's child in her belly. Everyone expressed their disdain for this kind of nonsense. While everyone was concerned about the gossip, only Batman realized the key problem. This child has an Esper ability? Yes, it's Lex's ability to absorb Esper abilities for his own use. Moreover, this child's Esper ability is innate. At the genetic level, it has already reached the stage of harmony. It's different from Lex's artificial creation. Seeing Batman's interest, they tried to dissuade him. In the end, all the captives were sent to the Heavenly Eye Society. As for the Super Queen and her child, they were considered the highest level of defense. Although the child was a blank piece of paper at birth, the Righteous Alliance hoped to introduce the concept of justice into the child's growth stage. However, no one could guarantee that the child would have the evil aura of that world. Even Thea could not guarantee it. It was always right to lock him up first. Everyone returned home. Diana, Green Arrow, and Mr. Excellent went to deal with the Silver Swan. Thea felt that she had nothing to do, so she went to the underworld. "Go, we will never meet again," she said to Black Thea's soul. The other party waved at her and followed the staff to be reincarnated. She would start a new life, but by then, she would have nothing to do with the name Thea Quinn. Johnny Quick's soul was pulled into the Seraphic Speed Force space. This guy's Esper ability was mediocre, and Miss Thea was too lazy to stop him. Lex went directly to the underworld. No one knew how many contracts he had signed before he died. He was pulled away by the underworld without even going through the procedures. She did not stop for too long in the underworld. She mobilized a large army and rushed to the anti-material universe. She took advantage of the fact that someone was lying dead to raid their home. She was such a magnanimous person. Darkseid was setting up a powerful energy-absorbing device to absorb the anti-life equation on the Apocalypse Star. At first, he was shocked when he saw her mobilizing an army, but he was relieved when he found out that she had gone to the anti-material universe. As for the anti-surveillance unit, he was once again beaten to a state of 1 drop of HP. There was no way he could object now. A sonic tunnel opened, and the army from the underworld descended into the anti-material universe. Take everything of value except for a needle and a piece of thread. The goddess of death waved her hand, and her subordinates began to loot. Chapter 989. The anti-supervisor had left some troops behind to defend the base. Unfortunately, under the assault of hundreds of liches, tens of thousands of death knights, and countless undead warriors, they did not last even 1 round. The assassin Guangdong, the Siren, and the newly joined Death Storm were all sent out. Death Storm had a fanatical fascination with death. Thea did not even need to recruit him. She only needed to mention her name, and he would bow his head. It was easy. Thea did not go personally like when she robbed Hades' treasury. Instead, she stood in the middle and ordered her subordinates to loot everywhere. Her position as the god of wealth also blessed these liches and death knights. Each of them had a good sense of appreciation. No matter what it was used for, as long as it was valuable, they would take it away. Not long after, Guangdong had a harvest. He dragged a burnt man to Thea. "Your Majesty, we found an old acquaintance." Thea looked down. Who was this? His hair was messy and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This guy was burnt. She took a closer look and noticed. This is Mitron, right? I didn't recognize him without the chair. He was an acquaintance. When Thea first ascended, it was Mitron who pulled her to the father's side. Later on, when the weave was built, they had some friendship. He looked like he was burnt, but his injuries were not serious. She did not dare to use the white light ring in the antimatter universe. A few healing spells were thrown out, and Mitron slowly woke up. When he saw Thea, he sighed. He did not know what he was feeling. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your treatment." He quickly calmed down and bowed solemnly. Thea did not put on airs. "Old friend, why are you in the antimatter universe? Is this an order from the father?" Mitron explained everything without hiding anything. In the end, he asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, why did you facilitate this battle? Don't you know how big of an impact this will have on the reality of the multiverse?" Thea was silent for a moment. "God of knowledge, do you really want to know the reason?" Mitron said, "Even if you kill me afterward, I'll listen. From the perspective of the new gods and mortals, this battle is unnecessary. However, if you were to view it from a grander perspective beyond the multiverse, you would realize that this is a necessary process for the universe to ascend to a higher level. You should know about the dark multiverse. If the present universe is not improved to a higher level before the two converge, the destruction to the present universe would be incalculable once the fusion begins." Thea's main point was to start trouble as soon as possible and not drag it out. After sending the dizzy Mitron away with his twisted logic, the Death Storm brought good news. The anti-surveillance tower, which was over 30 meters tall, was a top-notch technological creation used by the anti-surveillance to monitor the multiverse. The technology contained within made Death Storm intoxicated, and Thea also took a closer look. This tower was equivalent to a supercomputer on Earth, but it was countless times more advanced. Its algorithm had probably reached the pinnacle of technology. The most important thing was that it was easy to operate, and anyone could use it. She immediately gave the order to move it back to the underworld. The underworld also needed to be in touch with the times. The two-faced man was still using paper to deal with cases. How low was that? When the top-notch facilities were moved back, they immediately upgraded to digital offices. There were many good things in the antimatter universe. Many of them were the essence left behind after the universe exploded and burned. Although they couldn't name them, they were extremely tough. Tough, resilient, and had high magic resistance. Thea found several pieces of high-quality metal and showed them to Diana. Her shield had been broken previously, and now it was time to replace it with a new one. There were many materials, but there were also many talents. For example, the weapons master who had joined the Yellow Lantern Corps before, but later went missing. He came from the antimatter universe and was a member of the Thunder team. They were all very skilled and specialized in creating weapons for the anti-surveillance army. They were not life forms in the conventional sense and were somewhat similar to demons. They could also survive in the underworld. Now, the underworld was half threatening and half tempting these skilled craftsmen, pulling them all away. Everyone who participated in this operation was very happy to be able to plunder other people's homes. She didn't care if these liches would take a portion of the loot, as long as she kept the bulk of the loot. The group of people came and went singing under her lead. The atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. The anti-surveillance army couldn't come back anymore, so it was useless to leave these things behind. It was a good chance to help the brothers in the underworld. That was what the young lady thought. When she returned to the underworld, she went back to Earth to rest. The Valkyrie was very tired today and didn't have much energy. Plus, the Silver Swan and the others were very well hidden. After circling Star City twice and not finding any trace of them, she went straight home. The two goddesses didn't play any indescribable games. They were very tired after a day of fighting. They chatted for a while, gossiping about the story of the Super Queen between the three men, and talked about the role of the first female Green Lantern on Earth in promoting feminism. Thea responded with noises and soon the two of them turned off the lights and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, suddenly, her spiritual power warned her that someone was approaching her at a high speed. Thea immediately cut off the connection between the room and the real world. Who was attacking her? How could they not have eyes? Diana's reaction was slightly slower than her, but she quickly sat up and looked into the distance vigilantly. The person was still far away. She felt the spiritual power characteristics of the other party and asked Thea with uncertainty, "It's the extreme speed, right? It looks like Barry." Diana was puzzled, and Thea was also puzzled. It was indeed the Flash Barry. The other party was sweating profusely from running from Central City to England. The distance was not short. Why couldn't he say it during the day? Let's change clothes and go take a look. Barry was the best person in the Righteous Alliance. Many of his principles might not be agreed with, but it was undeniable that his kindness was unmatched. As soon as they changed clothes, Barry was already in front of them. However, the other party did not stop. Instead, he continued to run faster. Thea looked at Barry carefully. Barry's state was very strange. He was running at such a high speed. How could he be chatting happily? Let's also enter the super high speed state. Seeing that the other party was not stopping, she turned around and said to Diana. As a death reserve, they could jump out of the timeline, but Diana could not. It was extremely difficult for a new god to enter and exit the timeline. Barry, what's the matter? Seeing that the Flash was about to reach out and pull them into the super high speed state, Thea waved her hand and refused. Every extra person entering the super high speed was a burden to him. Seeing that Barry was sweating profusely, it was better not to trouble him. Phew. Barry was very tired, but he still felt relieved when he saw that he could communicate normally. A group of people in Central City hijacked the experimental nuclear fission instrument of the Sky's Eye Society. The fission has already started. I can't stop it in time. I have tried all the methods. There's no time. Barry took off his mask. His face was full of pain. He hated himself for his hatred. The explosion had already happened. In the real world, a nuclear bomb that covered Central City would explode in just 1 second. The Flash had no other way. He could only use his super high speed to break the situation. He tried Psyker's shockwave and Caitlin's freezing. In the end, it was useless. Instead, he used a lot of energy to bring the other two people into the super high speed state. Chapter 990. The nuclear fission in the Central City had been completed, and a large amount of heat energy had begun to accumulate. The explosion was right in front of them. Barry, who was at his wits' end, continued to run at high speed while trying to think of a solution. Since he could not find a solution, he could only cross the ocean to England to find the two goddesses. This was his last resort. If it did not work, he could only travel through time to save everything. Don't worry, I'll solve this. Thea would definitely not leave him in the lurch. Not to mention Barry's pleas, even if no one came to her, she could not just watch the nuclear bomb explode without doing anything. The distance was a little far, and time was tight. At this moment, it was already too late to teleport over. The magic that stopped time in Barry's super fast running did not actually stop time completely. It was just a limited extension of that 1 second in reality. Thea cast her sight to the Central City far away. The nuclear fission had been completed, and a large amount of heat energy was ready to explode. If no one stopped it, the explosion would happen in the blink of an eye. For the Central City, which was second only to Star City, Gotham, and the Metropolis, for the more than 1 million citizens, and to not let her mother bear the bad name of being the one who detonated a nuclear bomb in her own land, she really gave it her all. She maintained her high-speed movement, and at the same time, she mobilized her divine power from a long distance. A large amount of divine power was simulated by the fifth dimension, forcibly suppressing the energy of the nuclear explosion, and then modifying reality. This was easy to say, but it was quite difficult to actually do. Thea had to maintain high speed to modify this energy body that was constantly increasing. The long distance, short time, and the constantly changing energy all posed a huge obstacle to her. Barry looked at her nervously. The three of them felt like a minute had passed since they were traveling at high speed. Only then did Sia change the appearance of the nuclear explosion and modify it again. My ability can only suppress it for about 10 seconds. Let's hurry over. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. Only she could do such delicate work. 10 seconds in real time? Barry was still asking. Thea did not have time to explain. She pulled him and Diana and teleported to the Central City. This was a cargo center, and there were many familiar faces there. Psyker, Caitlin, Barry's father-in-law, Joe West were all there. There were also several armed robbers and a large container. However, because Thea and the others' own time had been extended, the people in the outside world, including this world, did not move at all. Black Amanda had learned the modern corporate system very well, and they had done a good job in cleaning up, sorting, and marking. They were afraid that the robbers would not be able to find what they were from, so they had drawn a large Heavenly Eye Society logo on the container. Other than not writing that there was a nuclear bomb inside the container, they had done everything else that should and should not have been done. Perhaps Amanda thought that anyone who offended her Heavenly Eye would be punished no matter how far away they were. She was so arrogant that she didn't prepare any preventive measures. Hiding? No. Esper Protector? It didn't exist. The few bodyguards were from the Midtown police station. Back then, when Bane wanted to blow up Gotham, he needed a physicist to fiddle with it before he could detonate it. However, the thing in front of Thea was simple and crude. As long as the switch was pressed, it could blow up the entire city into powder. Transporting such a dangerous device all over the world. The Heavenly Eye Society had a responsibility that could not be denied. As for the robbers, they were even crazier. Not only did they want to blow themselves up, they wanted to bring the entire city down with them. The experimental nuclear fission instrument that was originally emitting high heat had completely disappeared. In its place was an elephant slide that looked very childlike. Seeing the nuclear bomb that almost caused him to die of anxiety in this state, Barry did not know what expression he should have. Don't mind the details. Its essence hasn't changed. Time is tight. Of course, Thea wanted to be more serious. However, the abilities of the fifth-dimensional people were just that funny. She had no choice. Let's do it. You're very tired. After rejecting Barry's help, she quickly looked for an uninhabited asteroid. After that, she opened the portal. Diana picked up the elephant slide and threw it into the portal. The moment she closed the portal, she could faintly hear an earth-shattering explosion coming from the other side. A super disaster that could be recorded in history books was averted. However, the few of them could not rest. They were going to detonate a nuclear bomb on American soil. Not only did they say that, they had already detonated it. This was too serious a problem. Batman, who did not sleep all day, had just finished his daily activities of fighting criminals. When he heard the news, he rushed over immediately. Brother Superman was also called out from his bed by them. The remaining members of the Righteous Alliance were all pulled to Central City for a meeting. The Flash had exhausted too much of his energy. Thea was also very tired from forcibly changing reality in order to suppress the nuclear bomb that had already exploded. The whole story was explained by Diana. A bunch of people were surprised. This was Central City. Just from the name, they knew the location of the city. It was located in the state of Missouri and could be said to be very central. If a nuclear bomb was detonated here, the city would be razed to the ground. The surrounding cities would be affected by the radiation and the national economy would suffer a setback. A simple explosion would affect many areas in all aspects. At that time, there would be a lot of trouble. The results of the interrogation were even more ridiculous. Before Batman could ask much, the other party was like a hero and spilled the beans. These guys were not people of Allahu Akbar. They were a public welfare organization. The organization's theme was anti-nuclear energy and advocated the protection of the Earth's environment. Crazy. This was the first reaction in the minds of most superheroes. The people of Earth have too many weapons in their hands. It's too dangerous. Is it normal for a public welfare organization to be able to get so many weapons? The Sea King, who usually did not like to express his opinions, said something rare. He had always been dissatisfied with the fact that humans had so many weapons in their hands. The Sea King pointed to a few robbers and asked the heroes, if the robbers had no weapons, how could they suppress the police and detonate the nuclear bomb? You mean to ban guns? Thea asked. The Sea King nodded, indicating that he meant it. A bunch of heroes fell into silence. Banning guns was good, of course it was good. At least for superheroes, it was a good thing. Why did superheroes seem to have superpowers now? It was because ordinary heroes were shot to death before they could accumulate much experience. Over time, superheroes had been monopolized by superpowers. Even for ordinary people like Batman, his starting point was far higher than those vigilantes. The accumulation of countless technological equipment and the harsh training of the Assassin League were all things that vigilantes did not have. They were hot-blooded and wanted to be a hero. They wanted to get rid of violence. When they walked on the streets with masks and rubber sticks, their ending was already doomed. 99% of them were killed in the streets. Chapter 991. The topic of banning guns was a cliché as it involved huge interests. The National Rifle Association was just a target on the table, and there were many other forces involved behind the scenes. Many people could be implicated under these connections. Not to mention others, Miss Thea and Bruce Wayne could be easily connected. Thea had so many weapons companies under her name, so it couldn't be fake. Where did Batman get all those high-tech equipment? He only modified them a little, but who developed the original? He was actually one of the biggest arms dealers in the country. The two weapons tycoons looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Banning guns wasn't that easy. They didn't care about money. If they shut down the weapons factories today, 10 new companies would pop up tomorrow. After all, there were many people in the industry, so it was impossible to send the weapons designers and staff to the docks to carry sacks. Once they did that, the world wouldn't be far from chaos. However, the people of the Righteous Alliance were interested in this proposal. Although Superman felt that humans should be given freedom, too much freedom didn't seem appropriate. Thea gave Batman a look. He was more suitable for offending people. Batman didn't disappoint and bluntly rejected the proposal. The Sea King shrugged. Do as you please. Even if the land was blown up, it wouldn't affect my home. Banning guns was unrealistic, but weapons of mass destruction could be checked. The citizens were too smart and knowledgeable. The super hacker Kane from Star City, who had been clamoring for revenge against the Quinn family, had made a lot of powerful bombs. Green Arrow had tried to capture him several times, but she had been fooled by the bombs because she didn't want to harm the innocent. Many of the superheroes' villains had a talent for bombs, and the Joker was one of the most outstanding talents. Whether they learned it in school or self-taught, the power of bombs couldn't be ignored. The civilian research teams were too bold and dared to research anything. The nuclear explosion this time was a classic example, and the culprit was Batman and his subordinates' research laboratories. A few hot-headed researchers suddenly had an idea. They didn't know what kind of data they needed to calculate and needed the nuclear fission experiment equipment. After submitting a few reports, they prepared to borrow a piece of equipment from the Heavenly Eye Society. The cooperation between the Heaven's Eye Society and the Righteous Alliance was quite good, and with the face of the young Miss and Batman, the person in charge let them go without much deliberation, which led to today's crisis. The relationship between the army and the people sounded quite touching, but in reality, the leaders of both sides didn't know about it. Their subordinates just did it in a daze. Thea even suspected that the other party might think that Zhenglian wanted to borrow this thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a truck with 2 drivers carrying a container to transport such a dangerous device. Thea left the couplet for the others to study slowly. She hurried back to the White House. Her mother had to know about this. It turned out that she had guessed correctly. Black Amanda was urgently called to the White House in a helicopter in the middle of the night. When she found out the whole story, her dark face turned pale with fright. It wasn't her order, nor was it Steve Trevor, nor was it the order of the black man's wife, Laura. After investigating, he realized that it was a loan agreement signed by a branch base's person in charge. Don't we have an early warning system? Could anyone come into contact with some highly dangerous equipment? Where is our classified confidentiality system? Is it strictly implemented according to the rules? This time it's Central City. Will it be the White House or the Pentagon next time? Moira was furious and threw out several questions in a row. She had always been dissatisfied with the Heaven's Eye Society being out of her control. Now she not only wanted to beat them, but also wanted to add dirt. If Thea hadn't been strong enough, she would have been the first president to detonate a nuclear bomb on the mainland. Once it was detonated, the government would have resigned, and it wouldn't be inconceivable to pursue criminal responsibility. If the nuclear bomb was detonated, millions of people would die. Someone had to take the blame. She, the president, and Ryan, the defense minister, would have to go to jail together. It was 30% fake and 70% real. Moira was indeed very angry. She was sleeping, and the nuclear bomb was detonated. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? Amanda's face was full of spittle, but she was also very helpless. The intelligence organization was not monolithic, and the internal factions were entangled with each other. In order to show their control, the military bosses pulled one faction to beat the other. Amanda, Steve, were all tossed back and forth in different ways. Naturally, many neutral factions were born. This time, the person in charge of the subbase was from the neutral faction. The other party was kind enough to flatter her, but in the end, not only did he not flatter her, he almost knocked the horse out. Strictly investigate the person responsible for the incident. I want to listen to the follow-up report tomorrow. Moira waved her hand and shooed Amanda away. It's really tiring to be the president. Moira put down the pen and complained with some distress. Thea rubbed her shoulders. Although her mother said that she was unwilling, she was actually very proud. Today's incident could have turned into a disaster for any president, not even Washington and Roosevelt. Once the explosion happened, all existing political means could not solve the problem because it was too serious. Thea mentioned the ban on guns, and Moira's attitude was not optimistic. Anyone with a little intelligence could see that the major problem of social security was the proliferation of guns, but no one wanted to touch this minefield. Let's be cautious first, but your suggestion to check the sources of danger and manage dangerous materials by category can be tried. The president's mind was very sharp. She immediately realized that she could gain more power in this matter. The next day, Thea followed her to the Pentagon. The vice president and Minister Ryan already knew the topic in advance, but the remaining generals were at a loss. Why did the president come to the Pentagon? As soon as the story began, they exploded. A nuclear explosion. Some unknown public welfare and environmental protection organization had almost detonated a nuclear bomb in their homeland. This news was very terrifying. Moira could rely on the teleportation gem to automatically teleport in a life-threatening situation, but these generals did not have this benefit. They were all stunned. This is too much, this is a crime, the heavens I society these, guys. An old general gritted his teeth. At first, he wanted to call them bastards, but after considering many factors, he finally changed it to guys. However, there were many people who were angrier than him. No one wanted to sleep at home or at a mistress' house, and then everything would be gone with a bang. It was indeed efficient and painless to die, but they did not want to die. Not at all. This time it was Central City. Where would it be next time? No one could guarantee that it would be the city where they lived. Chapter 992. There was no doubt that nuclear bombs should be banned. This was not something that could be bought and set off casually. Even the toilet cleaner in the Pentagon agreed. His job was not easy to come by, so nuclear bombs must be banned. However, if hidden dangers were to be investigated nationwide, everyone from the minister to the toilet manager knew that it would not be easy. To what extent would the investigation be carried out? Would a lot of other things be found in the name of nuclear weapons? Everyone had their own agenda and no longer had the enthusiasm to discuss. However, since the president had thrown this question out, they had to answer it. They could not just say that they were not afraid of death. In the end, General Ryan made the decision to conduct a nationwide investigation. Moira certainly would not let go of this opportunity. The military was the hardest hit area. They had the most weapons and were the most dangerous. However, corruption, dereliction of duty, espionage, and cover-up were equally prominent. The previous presidents were like a rubber stamp to the Pentagon. They would select someone from within the military, nominate the president, and approve the Congress. This matter was considered over and did not affect the military at all. This was a good opportunity. Moira directly assigned 5 of his aides to join the investigation and submitted several seemingly simple but actually not simple position amendments to the Congress. For the first time, government personnel officially entered the core leadership of the Pentagon under the pretext of national security. The Congress firmly supported Moira this time. The president had a term of office. Now these rights were in the hands of the president. When they stepped down and became the president, they could enjoy these rights themselves. There was no reason to refuse. Proposal, review, approval, and green light all the way. Faced with the pressure from the White House and Congress at the same time, the military could not resist in an instant and could only let it go. Mixing in sand was only the first step. Moira's combination of punches did not stop. Many officials in the indescribable country were criticized. In fact, it was the same on the other side of the ocean. In order to resist Superman, they could pull together dozens of people to form the so-called Superman Threat and Democratic Development Committee. Now it was even easier. Moira directly pulled a group of people to establish a supervision and review committee with the purpose of investigating hidden dangers and carrying out strict confidential management. All the materials that could be used to make highly dangerous weapons were listed and recorded one by one. Clues were tracked across the country. If the materials were still in their hands, they were checked on the spot. If they were not, who were they sold to and when were they sold? Thea also controlled the global black market to cooperate with the operation. The hidden dangers would not be known if they were not checked, but once they checked, they were shocked. Not to mention the government officials who came with different motives, even the big shots in the military were frightened by the results. It was God's blessing that they were able to survive until today. 15 nuclear bombs had been lost. Now, these nuclear bombs only existed in the registration information and on paper. As for their specific whereabouts, even Thea couldn't find out, let alone them. They had also lost a lot of other destructive bombs, and the materials that could be used to make these bombs were also lost in a frenzy. For a time, even Batman was exhausted from dealing with them. Old Lucius had to deal with all kinds of inspections for a day before he couldn't take it anymore. There were even more shady dealings within the Wayne group, and they really couldn't withstand the inspections. All Mr. Batman could do was change into a suit and leather shoes while wearing Bruce Wayne's vest to deal with the nationwide investigation. At the same time, he sent Barbara and Nightwing to create a false impression. All sorts of highly dangerous equipment were piled up in the warehouse. They would wait for the inspectors to leave before pulling them away. "Mr. Wayne, you've made it a little fake. The data of this experimental plane is not quite the same as what was recorded in the report." Thea was also a major shareholder of Wayne Group. She played football and was a referee. Today, she led the team to investigate the problem. Looking at the Bat fighter that had been completely repainted with a new coat of paint, she almost laughed out loud. The equipment hasn't been used for a long time. It's aging. Batman lied through his teeth. Last night, he had flown the Bat fighter around Gotham. Thea giggled and covered for him, and Wayne Group passed without any mishaps. Inspections like theirs were happening all over the country at the same time. At first, they thought it was a routine inspection that was all talk and no action. But later, someone leaked the news that a nuclear bomb had been 1 second away from exploding, and for a time, everyone was in danger. Amanda and Steve were still very patriotic. They were scolded by the higher-ups one after another, but they were still able to calmly participate in the operation. With the help of special agents, a bunch of scientists working their brains to figure things out, and the Alliance as hired thugs, the nationwide search went smoothly. Many people and laboratories had a large number of necessary materials for the assembly of lethal weapons. In the process, their personal interests would definitely be harmed. Naturally, they organized themselves and shouted, "Private rights are not infringed upon." Thea did not indulge their bad habits. She mobilized the crowd and spread rumors around the laboratories. Something about radiation, cancer, being blown up in the middle of the night, and so on. When they heard that it was so dangerous, the citizens went crazy. The people who shouted that their private rights were not infringed upon were quickly defeated by more ordinary people. As for calling the police, it was not difficult for the police to choose between arresting the 1,000 people or arresting him alone. After a busy week, Thea remembered what she had gained in the antimatter world. She showed the metals she had carefully selected to Diana. One could imagine the sturdiness of the metal that remained after the Big Bang. Diana was worried about her shield being damaged. Now was the time to get a new one. The new shield was named Courage. It was light green and seemed to contain an indescribable weight. Diana told her that when she was forging, she saw that the shield contained a warrior who resisted the anti-watchers to the end. The other party's unyielding perseverance gave the shield a stronger defense. Sia did not comment on this. She felt that the so-called warriors and resistance to the end were all hallucinations created by Diana when the two of them were exchanging pointers. However, she wisely did not point it out. If Diana said so, then so be it. The battle on Earth 3 had restored Diana's confidence. With all kinds of rare metals in the antimatter universe, she had rebuilt her equipment. Even if it was not as good as a fantasy weapon like the Holy Sword, it had reached the peak in the material world. The two goddesses had been learning from each other frequently recently. Thea had finally mastered the two emotions of courage and love. The first light ring had also been purified. They all tried it, and the results were not too surprising. Diana had a lot of positive emotions. She was like the embodiment of virtue. However, there were not only positive emotions, but also negative ones. Anger, greed, fear, and other emotions such as jealousy and hatred were not suitable for her. Diana lacked tolerance, so Thea could only use it for herself. The source of emotions was still in the ring, but the impurities had been removed and it could be worn. At this time, it was shining brightly on Thea's right hand, flashing with a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 993. She still needed to communicate with the ring, so Thea had been wearing the ring for the past few days. Death, soul, wealth, trade, literature, and the emotions in the ring. She now occupied 6 divine positions. Actually, when she was treating Mitran, she wanted to take the chair of Mobius. The divine position of knowledge was not a bad idea, but Mitran was alert. At least he knew her, so she hesitated and did not kill him. She did not know if it was possible to accommodate more deity thrones, but both the Heavenly Father and Darkside had 5 deity thrones. She also felt that with the addition of deity thrones, there was a slight imbalance in the divine power. The Heavenly Father had set a good example for her, and she made the same choice. The divine position of literature was given up, but it was best to keep the goodies within the family, so it was a good opportunity to give it to Diana. Whether it was the Valkyrie's own attainments in Greek aesthetics or her ability to command the bards on the new planet of creation, Diana was the most suitable candidate. Of course, the most important reason was that she was one of them. After receiving the divine position of literature, Diana added a touch of gentleness to her valiance, increasing her charm by a lot. She was now more delicate than before. Diana had a strong personality, so the divine position of literature had little effect on her. It was fortunate that she did not become a literary youth. On Sia's side, there was a little bit of trouble. She gave up literature and art and gained emotions, which increased her strength by 20%. Emotions were different from death. They were too active. If left alone, they would be like a wild horse, changing every moment. Perhaps one second they would be excited, and the next second they would be depressed. Anger could greatly increase one's strength, fear could increase one's speed, and pity could reduce one's opponent's hostility. Any one of these was actually quite good. For example, Diana specialized in courage. She had the ability to challenge those above her level and ignore her own limits. But if all the emotions were mixed together, it would not be so comfortable. It was too messy. Perhaps a large group of people with thousands of personalities would be more suitable for this ring. Thea really felt uncomfortable. She had to rely on death to suppress her emotions every day, or she would immediately become crazy. This origin was not suitable for her, nor was it suitable for intelligent life. It seemed like the Guardian and First Lamp had made a wise choice to wear it as a ring. The source of emotions was too chaotic. Without the support of a great divine power, one could turn crazy at any moment. In the end, Thea did not directly absorb it. She hung it on her ring and used it. If she did not use it, she could just seal it away. There were many emotional weaknesses, but there were also many additional abilities. Focusing on one emotion for a short period of time could increase one's combat strength by 30% or more. With proficiency in switching emotions, you can selectively increase your attributes in battle. When the enemy gets used to your strength and speed, you can suddenly burst forth and decide the outcome of the battle with a single blow. The battle between Darkside and the Anti-Monitor was a good example. When the difference in strength between the two sides was not too great, the slightest change could affect the outcome of the battle. Now that she had obtained the emotion divinity position and had eliminated all of her counterparts in the multiverse, she was now the only one. The name Thea Quinn now belonged to her, and she didn't know if there would be any benefits in the future. However, her ranking in the Endless family had risen by 3 places, and she was now ranked 17th. This made her look forward to the equation of life even more. She even increased the training for Kyle Rayner's emotional fusion. Unfortunately, the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. Even the super cheater Kyle Rayner found it difficult. His understanding of greed was still not up to par. Now, he had only fused 5 emotions. It had been a week since he had made any progress. She had not made any progress with the equation of life. She could not even see the 8 characters. Darkseid was in a similar situation. The treasure was right in front of him, but he could not take it out. Guangdong, his old subordinate, had sneaked back to investigate. The great warlock, Desard, had set up a huge formation to extract the equation of life. Large numbers of slaves and civilians were slaughtered, and the entire planet was filled with cries of agony. From the outside, the entire planet was covered in a bloody light. Darkseid seemed to have gone mad. He sent his subordinates out every day to capture people and throw them into the formation to be killed. He tried to use the power of blood to draw out the equation of life. Unfortunately, the anti-monitor's level was too high. Darkseid was unwilling to part with the equation of life, so such a stupid method had little effect. Logically speaking, if he persevered and continued to draw hard day after day, year after year, he would definitely be able to extract the anti-life equation. However, what Darkseid lacked now was time. In less than half a month, Darkseid had already defeated 2 waves of Hell's attacks. The invading demons were not too strong, but they were not weak either. They were all Lord-tier demons. Without Darkseid's help, the Great Plains wolves and the others were having a hard time holding on. This was obviously Hell's way of testing Darkseid's strength. After Thea and Batman raided Darkseid, the demons of Hell could no longer suppress their desire for the equation of life. They accepted the mission and started raiding Darkseid 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and so on. An endless stream of demons swarmed Darkseid, but he did not have the time to be angry. He would not give up on the equation of life. He was the evil tyrant, and he was not afraid of anyone. He would fight to his heart's content. By the time Guangdong left Darkseid, they had already defeated the demon army's 3rd attack. Darkseid personally defeated a Lord-tier demon and used his Omega Ray to kill it until only its head was left. As long as the demon was not dead, the will of Hell would not revive it. Darkseid hung the Lord-tier demon's head on the main door of his palace to show off his strength and boost the morale of his subordinates. It did not have much of a deterrent effect. The demons continued to charge forward like a tidal wave, and Darkseid's subordinates regained some confidence. Heaven and the new creator planet were celebrating, and it was as lively as the new year. The righteous faction was more optimistic about the battle between Darkseid and Hell. Keep fighting. Don't stop. The spies planted by the new creator planet on the Apocalypse planet, the fallen angels whose hearts were in Hell but whose hearts were in heaven, had all received instructions from the higher-ups to think of ways to expand the war forever. It turned out that the archangels were not kind people either. The archangels saw that Darkseid was at a loss for what to do with the equation of life and were afraid that he would not be able to persevere. To help him strengthen his conviction, the archangels decided to create some hope for the evil tyrant. They worked together to awaken their boss, the Lord of Heaven, Michael, who was currently immersed in his own world. This son of God, who was as famous as Lucifer, used his high standards to come up with an idea for them before going back to sleep. This method of efficiently absorbing the equation of life had accidentally fallen into Darkseid's hands after 7 or 8 turns. Chapter 994. As one of the most powerful beings in the multiverse, Thea did not fall behind. She could not do anything about the anti-life equation, but she knew the power of death all too well. The Black Runner had Osiris's divine power mixed with time, so it was not a problem for her. She was the absolute authority in the realm of death, and Guangdong had left a way to eliminate the power of death in Darkseid's bedroom. When Darkseid was in trouble, everyone came to his aid. Everyone in the realm of the gods offered their help to Darkseid, whose father was stuck on the wall and did not have a strong backer. Those who had money gave money, and those who had strength gave strength. The scale of the war began to increase, and the Apocalypse Star attracted the attention of many powerful beings. Even some world lords from the outer realms began to come to the Apocalypse Star. Thea watched as Darkseid, who had recovered more than half of his power, defeated the King of Tears. The King of Tears was like a cloud of mist. He had a special rule that anyone who saw his face would die. However, he was defeated by Darkseid in the end and fled back to his own world. The King of Tears was definitely not weak. As the overlord of a small world in the outer realms, his body was a cloud of mist that was similar to resentment. He increased his power by absorbing negative emotions and the souls of living beings. After millions of years, his power had increased to a terrifying level. For Thea, Darkside, and the other new gods, the path ahead was unclear. They did not know whether they would be like Wuxia Khan, who had accumulated top-tier divine positions, or find a new path to take. They did not have a path to take, but they did not have much pressure on their own survival. As long as they did not jump out and seek death, they would have no problem surviving until the day the entire world was destroyed. In terms of the level of the multiverse, the new gods were the ones who weren't at the top but were at the bottom. The King of Tears could not do that. His power had accumulated, and there was no good way to evolve. In the end, he would lose his mobility and become a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Or he would hide in his own small world until it exploded. The anti-life equation was an ultimate universal power that attracted him greatly. Even though he knew it was dangerous, he still left his own world and came to snatch it. Unfortunately, Darkside had recovered more than half of his strength with the help of the enthusiastic crowd. He did not care which corner of the world the King of Tears had jumped out from. He just pinned him to the ground and gave him a good beating. The Apocalypse Star was in a heated battle. Many planets enslaved by the evil tyrant had sent troops to participate in the battle. Even so, they were barely able to resist the attacks of hell. The great demons all felt that they would be able to break through the Apocalypse Star with just a little more effort. Then, they would obtain the life-reversing equation and become the Lord of Hell, reaching the peak of the demon race. After fighting for half a month, Thea found that the demons were a little tired, so she began to help Hell. The demons' battles were too brainless. It was just a noisy wave of attacks. They lacked a talent to coordinate logistics. Thea sent out Macanthus to help organize the reinforcements. After all, Hell was very vast, and some demons did not know about the good news of the war with the Apocalypse Star. The Succubus Queen used scientific methods to organize the troops while drawing in reinforcements to replenish the battlefield's consumption. It's so boring. Watching them fight every day for a long time was tiring. At this moment, the young mistress stretched and yawned as she complained. It was as if God had heard her call. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. Diana looked at her pitifully lying on the bed and could only open the door herself. After a while, she walked back. Barbara is here. Get up. She had known Batgirl for 10 years and had long been good friends. Now, she did not treat her as an outsider. She put on a coat and walked out of the bedroom. Barbara had been entrusted by her to secretly investigate a matter. Today, there was finally an answer. In front of outsiders, Thea's appearance was not bad. She was wise, steady, and filled with the elegant charm of a woman. Diana was even more mature and strong. The two goddesses looked at each other from time to time. Even a blind person could see the affection in their eyes. Even though Barbara was also a woman, she felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, her sexual orientation was relatively firm and she would occasionally have a friendly chat with Nightwing. She had not been turned gay by this incredible world. She secretly cursed the two goddesses who were showing off their affection. She deliberately coughed and took out a thick stack of information. There were handwritten, printed, and various photos and copies. This is all I could find in Gotham. Take a look and see if it's of any help. Thea looked down and flipped through it. Diana also picked it up and looked at it carefully. Myths? You're still concerned about this? Diana flipped through it casually. Most of them were legends and stories. Between the lines, there were hopes that humans had for the gods, for a good harvest, and for the tribe to prosper. Diana was a little confused by her lover's actions. They were already gods. Was there a need to look at the records of these primitive humans about the gods? But she knew that Thea must have her own motives. There's a hidden truth about the origin of the current human race. As she spoke, Thea pointed at a rubbing. After the Atlanteans, in the era before the modern humans, there were 3 tribes living in this world. They were the Eagle tribe, the Wolf tribe, and the Bear tribe. But history has changed. Now there are 4 tribes, and there's an additional bat tribe, she said in a low voice. Diana naturally understood such an obvious hint. You mean Bruce? That's right. This time, it was Barbara who answered. As the librarian of Gotham's library, her daily job was to go out at night to fight monsters and sleep in the library during the day. After receiving Thea's request, she spent a lot of time in Gotham's library, which could be said to be the place with the most abundant information in the whole of America, to search for the truth. My investigation shows that there were originally 3 tribes. But it seems that a lot of evidence has appeared overnight, showing that there were 4 tribes. My memory is not very clear. Barbara scratched her head. Obviously, this part of her memory had been covered. The reason why she felt that something was wrong was because not much time had passed, and a small part of her old memory still remained. Diana thought about it and did not feel that there was much of a problem. Batman's timeline was messed up by the Omega Ray, and after that, it caused some cosmic tremors. Wasn't this matter already over? That was a very far-reaching matter. Bruce built a tribe in the ancient era, and after he left that point in time, something that should not have happened. Thea finished speaking and took out a picture. It was an ancient mural. In the picture, a golden light cut through the sky and landed on the ground. The incident with Bruce was a coincidence, but in our time, it became inevitable. The history that should have happened took a turn here, and the trajectory of human evolution deviated slightly. Chapter 995. Diana picked up the photo and looked at it twice. As the new god of art, she felt that the mural was quite well drawn. A few simple lines were enough to roughly restore a passing image. A spaceship visited Earth in ancient times. It captured 2 unlucky people, but when it passed through the atmosphere, some of the spaceship's fragments fell to Earth. These metals gave the ancient tribes great power. They disappeared from our history and went to new worlds. After they left, the remaining tribes reproduced and gave birth to our current generation of Earthlings. The Mu continent civilization, followed by the Gendaeans with their special abilities, and the Lemurians with their mind control. There's no problem with these 3 prehistoric civilizations connecting. However, there's a gap between the brave Atlanteans of the 4th civilization and our current generation of Earthlings. The gap is because of this spaceship, she said as she pointed at the photo. Thea sighed. The reality that Batman had changed was only real from her perspective. If the Eagle and Bear tribes hadn't left, history would have changed beyond recognition. You want me to investigate a bat tribe that's a mixture of reality and illusion. Will it have any effect on reality? Barbara asked. As a Batgirl, she preferred enemies that she could see and touch. She had a headache when it came to illusions and reality. I think the Bat tribe is about to return. They represent a dark force that's still accumulating power. Once they're ready, it'll be a disaster for Earth and the universe. It won't take long because they have a beacon in this world. Their eyes have always been here. Barbara furrowed her brows as she thought about this. After half a minute, she said, but Bruce just returned, that's how time works. For us, Bruce has just returned, but if we analyze the timeline, this Bat tribe has been a thing of the past, Diana explained. That's right. Actually, it's not just the Bat tribe that's about to return. I think the Eagle tribe is coming back too. We have the beacon of the Eagle tribe here too. Thea held up a photo. The man and woman in the photo were Prince Khufu and Priestess Chayala. What are you going to do? Diana asked. Thea already had a plan in mind. The world that represents Bat is in chaos. I haven't found the right way. But we can investigate the Eagle world first and see if they are a threat to Earth. In her impression, the Ing world, no, the Eagle world. There were really only 2 or 3 big eagles and small eagles. There were no powerful people. She wanted to observe the composition of that world. In her own world, the stone man had already died, and life had begun all kinds of evolution. It could barely be considered a small world. How would it develop after that? If possible, he would absorb the world's origin into his own world. Barbara understood this time. He was trying to gain the initiative by striking first. Batgirl feels that this method is better than rummaging through old papers in the library, and she supports it. Thea thought about it and decided that the task was not too dangerous. He might as well pull all the female couplets together. It could be considered a group activity. 3 days later, a group of female heroes gathered in Central City. The reason why they gathered here was because Thea couldn't find the Eagle world. There were many small worlds like this. Some were born naturally, and some were created by strong people. Without the coordinates, she couldn't enter. They came to Central City because there was a bug-level teleportation expert here, Shockwave Cisco Ramon. Simple teleportation wasn't difficult. Thea and Raven could do it. Diana could do it with a little effort. But to sense the destination, Cisco's ability was needed. Shockwave's ability to search and open doors was very powerful. It was just that this guy was limited by his physical fitness and hadn't developed it. Since the cutting-edge technology laboratory was blown up by Scarface, this small apartment was now the Lightning Squad's on-site command center. Cisco and Caitlin's boss had run away. Naturally, no one paid them. Ayers was still giving birth in the 30th century. Even if she came back, it would be useless. She had already quit her job. Wally West was unemployed and didn't have much money. As for Bart Allen, he was a proper child labor. No one dared to hire him. Such a large group of people had to rely on Barry's meager salary at the Central City police station to survive. It seemed quite miserable. Considering that there were still some battles in the Eagle world, Felicity, who had no combat power, was left on Earth. Batwoman, who had announced her retirement, and the Sea King's friends, Yavala and Cassina, who were living in seclusion, weren't there. The remaining female heroes were all here. Thea, Diana, Supergirl, Batwoman, Catwoman, Green Arrow, Starchaser, Wonder Girl, Black Canary, Zatanna, Blazing Ice, who was about to be turned gay in the International Union, Frost Killer Caitlin, Sea King's wife Mira, Superman's wife Louise, Cassandra, Raven, and the new female Green Lantern, Jessica. There were a total of 18 female heroes. There was also Pandora, who had been very close to them and had even experienced many ancient legends. There were also the landmark characters of this operation, Hawkman and Hawkgirl, Kendra Sanders, who were now called Carter Hall. I'm going to take a stroll on the streets. There seems to be a fire on East Street. This group of people, especially a group of women, made Flash run away immediately. Psyker wanted to leave too. Including Pandora and Hawkgirl, a total of 20 fully armed women were looking at him with swords and shields. What was going on? After so many years of experience, he, who now had a somewhat stable temperament, was instantly stunned. Swoosh! Hawkgirl took out her hammer. This hammer was 2 times smaller than when she was in the Purple Lantern Corps. In the past, it was like smashing a watermelon. Now, it could only smash a nail. Psyker was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What was this woman trying to do? Caitlin, Thea, and the others held back their laughter and told him what happened. Ancient civilization. The high-class term instantly attracted Psyker's interest. He really wanted to go and take a look. But there were 20 women and he was a man. It seemed a little strange. Let's go together. There should be many ancient ruins there. Hawkman persuaded him very sincerely. Psyker only then noticed that there was another man with an off-the-charts IQ. He quickly understood what Hawkman was trying to say. This guy also felt that there were too many women and wanted to bring him along as a companion. After thinking for a while, his curiosity about the prehistoric civilization finally overcame his awkwardness. It should be fine if he was thick-skinned. He comforted himself. Thea quickly told him about the mission. Using this metal to find a different dimension? After getting a definite answer, he closed his eyes and began to search. Chapter 996. Psyker looked up and asked Thea with uncertainty, I think there's a piece in Gotham. Needless to say, Milady could guess that Batman must have used some technological method to retrieve a large piece of end metal from Hawkgirl's hammer. She had kept Hawkman's original hammer for herself and left it in the underworld for the Death Storm to study. Thea had originally given the couple a hammer, but it seemed like Batman had taken a lot of it. Hawkman and Hawkgirl could not have used just one hammer. They must have smelted it again and split it into two to create this small hammer. It really was a hammer. Thea felt that Psyker had probably seen Batman in the shockwave. She waved her hand to tell him not to worry about these small details and to continue the search. Leaving Earth, the search area increased, and his stamina consumption increased. He had to stop and rest from time to time. Thea spun her emotion ring and gave Psyker a lot of emotion of hope. Diana also used some of her god power of perseverance. With the help of their abilities, the search sped up. No. I can sense them, but there seems to be something between them. Psyker said with a frown. There's a barrier? Do they need some blood as a guide? Or do they need something like a password to open the door? Thea tried a few possibilities and flipped through the information in an attempt to find this password. She even took some blood from Hawkgirl's wrist. Unfortunately, it did not work. The big lowly raven suddenly interrupted. Could it be that they need to open the portal at a special location? Hee. Thea felt that what she said made sense. She seemed to be overthinking things. Raven puffed out her tiny chest, looking proud of herself. After thinking about it, Thea felt that it was most likely the case. How high could the ancient tribesmen be in magic? It was most likely a small world created by a few shaman priests from a few tribes working together with some ancient gods. There was a fundamental difference between creating a world and creating one. Creation must be made out of nothing, and the impossible must be made possible. Creating a new world was much simpler. It was similar to the new continent that she had created back then. Starting from the real world, borrowing part of the rules of the real world, and relying on the material world, their entrances and exits would definitely be in a special place. He quickly flipped through the information and found the last place where the three tribes disappeared. Peru. He led everyone to a rainforest. The signal is very strong. I think I found it. There's a lot of metal there. After half an hour, Psyker finally had some good news. Thea asked him to open the portal and sent his spiritual power into it to investigate. After 2 minutes, she shook her head. That world is already barren. I'm afraid there are no signs of life. The first search ended in failure. After a short break, the second search began. The second time, the target was still not the Eagle world. It seemed to be attacked by the turbulent flow of energy, and it was impossible for any life to survive. When the portal opened for the third time, she tested it and finally smiled. There's life there. Everyone, get ready. Let's go. After finding their target, everyone packed up their equipment. Diana took the lead and Thea brought up the rear. Everyone walked into the portal one by one. This was a world with dense vegetation. Towering trees could be seen everywhere. Scattered light shone through the shade of the trees and scattered messily on the ground. The few of them looked into the distance and found that there were rare life forms moving around in the treetops. They had wings on their backs and could fly freely. Wings were not the only reason they could fly. Another reason was that the gravity here was lighter than on Earth. 2/3 of Earth's gravity here. Psyker was just about to express his feelings when Barbara, who was on the other side, checked the various data through her wristwatch. Barbara was using the Bat family's equipment to check this world. Psyker pursed his lips. If he had known, he would have brought some equipment over as well. However, his equipment was not as small and portable as the Bat family's. The space here is not big. It's about the same as Iceland in the real world. Most of the life forms are there. Thea also looked at the entire world and quickly found their target. Following her finger, the heroine saw a huge floating island in the sky above the treetops and between the clouds. Why did they abandon Earth and come here? Supergirl was puzzled. Even a fool could tell that the environment here was not good. The place was small and there were few resources. They gave up the chance to become the overlord of Earth and came here to suffer. Were the ancient eagle tribe a bunch of idiots? No one could answer this question. Who knew what the tribe leader was thinking back then? Someone's coming. Supergirl, who had been staying on Earth and was looking around happily in a new environment, noticed something unusual. She whispered to the heroines. She did not think that the two newcomers would be much of a threat to the heroines. The truth was more or less the same. Two men with wings on their backs appeared in front of the heroines. Their clothes were very simple and crude. They were muscular and had unknown patterns drawn on their faces. One of them held a spear while the other held a stone axe. The heroines automatically looked at the eagle hero and eagle girl. Their appearance was similar to yours. You've arrived at your home. Look, your fellow countrymen are here to pick you up. The two men chattered for a while. They also saw the eagle hero and eagle girl. Their clothes and weapons were better than theirs. No matter how small the hammer was, it was still a metal hammer, unlike them who were still holding stone weapons. The two birdmen looked at each other and turned around to fly up to the floating island. Thea did not stop them. It was an entertainment activity. If the other party came out in full force, she would just kill them all. Unfortunately, the Eagle tribe's birdmen did not come. Instead, a group of uninvited guests came. Roar. The roars of wild beasts spread through the forest. Countless figures appeared in the dense forest. Their eyes were glowing green as they sized up the group of uninvited guests. I feel like they don't have any good intentions. Psycher's combat experience could be counted on one hand. He wanted to show off his manliness in front of the beauties, but he was also a little nervous. Psycher was vexed. If only his good brother, the Flash, had followed him. He could have waved his hand and said, "Barry, go." After that, all the enemies would be defeated. He would not be in such a predicament now. There were only two men here, him and the Eagle Man. Even if he was not good at fighting, he had to stand in front. "Don't be afraid, Psycher. I'll protect you." A scene that made Psycher want to cry happened. He did not get the chance to show off his manliness. Pandora, who was wearing a long purple windbreaker and holding two guns, stood in front of him. She aimed the anti-magic bullets at the enemies in the dense forest and was ready to fire. Psycher really wanted to shout, "Sister, you can protect me, but can you not call my name?" Chapter 997. Ignoring Psycher's gloominess, the female hero's gazes only lingered on him for a moment before moving away. This was because the dark figures had walked out of the forest one after another. Their appearance shocked the female heroes. They walked upright with human bodies, but their hands and feet had turned into claws that were characteristic of wild beasts. Their heads, which were supposed to represent intelligent life, were replaced by wolf heads. Their eyes were bloodthirsty and ruthless. They had become a pack of wild beasts dominated by desire. This is probably the wolf tribe, right? Their world has been reduced to ruins, and they could only seek refuge with the Eagle tribe. Unfortunately, time has turned them into wild beasts. The hero's analytical skills were not bad. They could come to such a simple conclusion, especially since the goal of this mission was to find these tribes. Most likely. However, their physique is much stronger than humans. Their hunting instincts also make them more ferocious. Everyone, be careful. Thea was afraid that the heroines would underestimate the enemy, so she reminded them. A sharp howl sounded from the depths of the forest. The wolf tribe seemed to have received some kind of order. They all got down on all fours and pounced on the heroines. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! Pandora's pistol and Shadow's arrows were fired at the same time. The rest of the heroines also attacked. Sia saw that everyone's blood was boiling as they went up to fight. Obviously, they all enjoyed fighting. It was a bit boring for her to throw out a super AoE instant death spell. After thinking for a while, she also took out her bow and arrow and pretended to shoot. Diana rolled her eyes at her. She suppressed her strength and charged forward with sword and shield in hand. The two of them had the self-awareness, but the rest of the heroines did not. Raven, Cassandra, and Supergirl were still young. They were at the age where they liked to show off. They charged into the enemy's formation happily. Dark flame blasted away more than 10 werewolves. Supergirl grabbed one of the unlucky werewolves in her hand and curled it up like she was bowling. She then threw it out with a bang, smashing another group of werewolves along the way. Cassandra searched among the enemies and soon found a tall werewolf who was a head taller and more muscular than the surrounding werewolves. The wolf's skin was grayish-black, and only this werewolf's skin was glowing white, like a leader. Cassandra's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Without saying a word, she swept her leg straight at the werewolf's head. The werewolf raised his arm to block and clawed at Cassandra's heart. The big lowly did a somersault and kicked the werewolf's jaw. One was fast and the other was ruthless. After 7 or 8 moves, there was no clear winner. Barbara had always intended for Cassandra to take over her name and become the new Batgirl. Seeing that she was challenging a strong enemy, she stood at the side worriedly. Blazing Fire Beatrice and Icy Frost Dora, the former best friends, were now developing in the direction of a couple. One of them was fire and the other was ice, and their cooperation could be said to be tacit. It wasn't difficult for the heroines to deal with a group of unarmed werewolves. Having superpowers and not having superpowers were two different concepts. The werewolves' physical enhancements couldn't erase the difference in strength between the two sides. Among all the dazzling skills, there was one person who attracted the most attention. Louise Ryan, or perhaps it should be called Louise Ryan Kent. In Thea's view, Louise had far surpassed her own height in the original spacetime. She had accumulated her potential for a long time and finally had a chance to explode. The blue psychokinesis turned into substance. Flight, telekinesis, invisible force field, telekinesis impact. Other than her lack of combat experience, if Louise could exert all her strength at this time, she wouldn't be much inferior to the 3 super queens on Earth. A group of famous heroines dealing with a group of passers-by was obviously easy. When Cassandra kicked the tall werewolf, the battle came to an end. The werewolves' clothes didn't cover their bodies, and the most important thing was that they stank. Looking at their low intelligence, there was nothing to ask. Thea waved her hand and teleported everyone to the floating island in the distance. If the Eagle world was as big as Iceland, then this floating island was at most the size of a park. Unlike the werewolves who didn't cover their bodies and turned into beasts, there was still a hint of civilization here. There were all kinds of containers, huts that were so crude that even African refugees wouldn't want to live in them. Of course, there were also people. An old winged man looked at the group of heroines who suddenly appeared in front of him in panic. The old winged man mumbled something, but no one understood. Even the eagle men and eagle girls found it familiar, but they still couldn't understand. Thea raised her hand and cast an all-night language that covered the entire eagle world. She had her pride and didn't need to understand the language of these people, as long as they understood her language. As for whether this magic would make the people of the eagle world forget their original language if it existed for too long, she didn't care. The strength of this world wasn't high. Even with the support of N-Metal, they were still a bunch of weaklings. Thea could beat the entire eagle world with just her projection. Now that her real body was here, it was like a god had descended to Earth. The Empress. The Empress enemy. This time, they finally heard what the old winged man said, but his language was very simple. He kept repeating words like Empress and enemy. Who's the Empress he's talking about? Barbara imitated Batman's analysis. Thea smiled and pointed not far away. The answer you want is flying over. Wings that blotted out the sky quickly flew in front of them. There were more than 300 winged people, and they were fully armed. The spears, shields, and short swords in their hands were more or less mixed with N-Metal, but the metal purity here was very low. It looked like their bodies were only slightly taller than modern people. The leader was a female winged person. She wore a golden mask that covered her entire face. Around her neck was a pure gold necklace. She wore a bright red dress and a pair of huge golden wings on her back. As the woman appeared, the winged people around her shouted, "The Empress! The Empress! The wingless outsiders!" Before the Empress could finish her words, she felt a huge pressure on her body. She tried to maintain her body, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't control her body and fell to the ground. When her feet touched the ground, she was a little surprised. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since she used her feet to support her body? It wasn't just her. All the winged people, from the guards to the civilians, landed on the ground without exception. No one was a fool. She naturally understood that this was the doing of these outsiders. The golden mask blocked her vision, but the end metal gave her the ability to see through things. She could see that there was a flow of energy that had pulled her and her clansmen down. "You're too rude," she said through gritted teeth. Chapter 998. Is that so? You're the one who's rude when you're high and mighty, Thea said nonchalantly. How dare you put on airs in front of the goddess of death? You're lucky I didn't make you kneel on the ground. At the same time, Thea was also muttering in her heart. Her goal was to swallow this small world, as well as the two previously abandoned worlds, and collect some end metals while she was at it. If the winged ones were like the werewolves, it would be easy to deal with them, but they still had their own consciousness and civilization. It was not appropriate to kill them like wild beasts. Although it was easy to pin a crime on someone, she still needed evidence. Just as she was wondering if she should frame them, Starchaser made a discovery. Over there, that seems to be an ordinary person. They looked in the direction she pointed. Wasn't that right? An unconscious man was locked in an iron cage. He had no wings, and most importantly, he was wearing a pair of jeans. An Earthling? They had a spatial rift here and could go to Earth to capture humans. The few who were good at spatial magic quickly analyzed this fact. How did this person come here? What are you going to do with him? Thea pointed at the man in the cage and asked the Winged Queen. The Winged Queen sneered in her heart. Do I have to answer just because you asked? Why are the outsiders so naive? You're dreaming. How can I tell you the truth when you're asking me such a straightforward question? However, she was shocked by what she said next. Of course we'll skin and bleed him as a sacrifice to the eagle god. It's a celebration held once every 10 years. It represents our devout faith, she said without hesitation. Such sensational words instantly ignited the heroines. Such an evil act made them all emotional. Supergirl saw Thea nod and rushed out. The Winged Queen was naturally the one who told Thea the truth. Her psychological defense was too weak. She spoke her mind after being provoked a little. This saved them a lot of trouble. Skinning and killing people were evil acts. Moreover, Thea didn't feel anything about the eagle god that she mentioned. It was most likely a god that she made up to satisfy her bloodthirst. After a long time, she even believed that there was such a god waiting for her to sacrifice. The winged ones were more powerful than the werewolves below. Most importantly, they had weapons and could cooperate with each other. Ordinary heroes like Barbara and Black Canary could only fight 5 or 6 of them, and this was because the other party had lost their ability to fly. However, they had many experts on their side. All of them were battle-hardened. On the other hand, the guards had no experience in ground combat. Despite having the advantage in numbers, they were beaten back by the female heroes. Especially after the new female Green Lantern, Jessica Cruz, joined the battle, the situation began to show signs of collapse. This rookie who obtained Earth's 3rd green light ring had a very serious anxiety disorder. After being chosen by the green light ring, his condition improved slightly, but the effects were not great. It wasn't until Hal Jordan brought her to Diana, and with the help of the God of Valor, that the haze in her heart was completely removed. At this time, it was as if she had been washed clean and reborn. The green light ring in her hand glowed with extraordinary brilliance. At Thea's current level of combat, the lantern ring was nothing special. However, it was an invincible existence in a primary or intermediate level battle. The stronger the conviction, the stronger the lantern ring's manifestation. The female Green Lantern almost single-handedly defeated half of the winged guards. The Winged Queen, who had been maintaining her poise, finally made her move. The golden claw shattered Jessica's manifestation with a single blow. After that, it did not stop and went for the throat of the new Green Lantern. Clang! Her attack was blocked by a small hammer. When the weapons of both sides collided, the Queen let out a soft cry of surprise. She first looked at the other party's weapon. The end metal had been integrated into every aspect of their lives. She was all too familiar with this metal. This was a piece of metal that had not been contaminated. In the eyes of the Winged Queen, the purity of this hammer was not inferior to the last few pieces of pure metal in the tribe. How could an outsider have the metal of her tribe? Supposedly, they had already plundered it clean before they rushed to this world. The Winged Queen looked at the hawk girl who blocked her attack with doubt. A winged person? A winged person with a metal weapon? Who are you? With Thea's language proficiency, both sides could understand each other's language. The Winged Queen felt that the other party was strange. The Hawk Girl and Hawk Man also felt the same. After waking up, they thought that only the two of them had wings on their backs in the world. They did not expect that there were so many winged people in the world under their feet. All this showed that they were not alone, and this metal might be able to produce winged people in batches. Hawkman flew to the Hawk Girl, took off his helmet, and asked the Winged Queen, "Do you know me?" The Winged Queen felt that he was a little familiar, but her memory was very vague. 4,500 years had passed, and the past had changed. Looking back occasionally was like looking at another life. "No. I don't know you." Memories came flooding in like a tide. The Winged Queen could no longer control the violence in her heart. She suddenly reached out, and her 5 fingers were like 5 sharp daggers, stabbing straight into Hawkman's chest. She wanted to dig out the enemy's heart. He was giving her a headache. It happened so suddenly. Fortunately, Hawkman had been wearing Horus's wristband and moved faster than all the winged people. At the critical moment, he took a step back and avoided the fate of being cut open. However, the metallized claws still scratched 5 bloody grooves on Hawkman's chest. Hawkman used memory kill and almost killed himself. Thea found it funny. Indeed, not everyone was destined to be the main character. The Winged Queen attacked with all her might like a madwoman. Her helmet, bracelet, and necklace were all made of end metals. The huge increase in attributes allowed her to suppress Hawkman and Hawkgirl alone. Pandora saw that they were in danger and immediately pulled out her gun to help. It was interesting. She knew Hawkman and Hawkgirl. When they were still Egyptian princes and priests, Pandora had been to Cairo. Unfortunately, the conversation back then was not pleasant. Pandora's theory of the 7 deadly sins was regarded as heresy and was directly expelled. Now that they met again in modern society after 4,500 years, they smiled at each other when they talked about the past. She had a good relationship with the two. Seeing that they were no match for the Queen, she immediately helped. Pandora pulled out her gun to help. Psyker, who had been protected all this time, also hit the Winged Queen with shockwaves. 2 close-range fighters and 2 long-range fighters joined forces and barely stopped the Winged Queen. The rest of the superpowered people, Fire, Ice, Frost Killer, Raven, Zatanna, and Louise, began to pour energy magic on the winged people guards. Thea continued to play with her bow and arrow. Diana was too lazy to fight enemies of this level. She also took out her bow and arrow, shooting at whoever was in danger. Yes, Diana also knew how to shoot. Chapter 999. Their equipment is the extraordinary metal you mentioned? Diana turned to ask Thea after shooting down a winged person guard with an arrow. Yes, the effect is amazing for ordinary people. Speaking of which, your archery skills have regressed. It's a pity that you lost Antiope's teaching. The battle in front of them wasn't that intense, so the young lady went off topic. The Valkyrie's face was a little red. Her archery skills were actually quite good. Even if she suppressed it to the level of an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a problem for her to win the championship in the Olympics. After all, she had trained hard with Antiope when she was young, but it depended on who she was competing with. If she didn't have talent in archery, then she didn't have talent. Unfortunately, the archery talent of the Quinn family had been maxed out. It was an ability that came with their bloodline. Although Sia had been slacking off, her archery skills were still better than hers. You win in archery, let's compete in javelins. The Valkyrie proposed, unwilling to admit defeat. Sure. They put away their bows as if there was no one else around. Diana took out 2 javelins. This was a divine weapon she made in her spare time. It could be thrown out and come back on its own. In addition to this function, it also had some special features such as sharpness, anti-magic, super long range, and double damage to wild beasts. However, these were all supplementary features. At their current level, they weren't worth mentioning. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the javelins piercing through the air was constantly heard. The 2 goddesses took down an enemy with each javelin. In terms of skill, Diana was definitely better than Thea. The Assassin League didn't practice javelins at all. When the ninja masters were still hot-blooded youths resisting the Crusades, javelins were no longer used. Not to mention in modern society. Except for professional athletes, who would practice javelins. However, the Quinn family's long-range expertise was still useful. Plus, javelins weren't complicated. In the end, it ended in a draw. 1 win and 1 draw. Thea looked at Diana provocatively. She meant, what do you think? Are you convinced? Diana gritted her teeth to show that she wasn't convinced. She began to pick from her collection. She had to choose one to compete with and win at least 1 round. Suddenly, she saw something and her eyes lit up. Then she took out 2 strange ropes and each of them took one. What is this? Thea looked at it for a long time, but she couldn't tell what kind of weapon it was. It wasn't the lasso that Diana often used, nor was it one of those indescribable props that the 2 of them used when sparring. Diana snorted. This is the oldest weapon. I spent a lot of time practicing it. After saying that, she demonstrated it to Thea on the spot. She reached out and brushed the surface of the lasso, and a stone the size of an egg appeared on the lasso. Then, she lifted the lasso high above her head and found a target. With a flick of her wrist, the stone flew out with inertia. Bang! A winged person guard was hit in the chest by a stone, and he fainted on the spot as if he had been hit by a truck. It's a catapult. How about you give it a try? Diana looked at Thea provocatively. The eldest Miss' expression changed drastically. Stone catapults? This thing had already been withdrawn from the battlefield during the era of the 300 Spartan warriors. Who would use such an obscure weapon? She gave Diana a look that said, "You win this time." She picked up the catapult nervously and imitated her. She found a target, spun 3 or 4 times, and threw it out with a whoosh. Unfortunately, the Quinn family's talent didn't work this time. The moment the stone left the lasso, it deviated from its trajectory. Thea watched as it flew further and further away, and finally flew over Supergirl's shoulder. Supergirl pouted and glared at her. Thea smiled apologetically like a Chinook cat. The result of the competition was self-evident. If one didn't spend some time practicing this catapult, they really couldn't play it. 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. In the end, it was a draw. The 2 goddesses had a lot of fun, and the battle in the Eagle world ended with the heroine's victory. The winged person queen's mask was taken off. After wearing it for a long time, her facial features had regressed. Her eyes were small, her nose was flat, and her skin had a metallic luster. Eagle Man felt that she looked familiar, but Eagle Girl recognized this woman. Don't you recognize her? She's the previous priestess of Chayala. Eagle Girl said expressionlessly. Under Hawkman's strange gaze, Hawk Girl continued, yes, it's my respected mother. The remaining heroines looked like onlookers, watching the reunion of mother and daughter. The winged person queen was still agitated, but with Thea's help, she quickly calmed down. With her narration, the secret history of mankind was finally unveiled. The winged person queen was Eagle Girl's mother, but their relationship was no different from that of a passerby. Chayala was the special name of their priestess. As long as one became a priestess, they would automatically use this name. Many countries and races in the world had this custom. Its meaning was nothing more than to prove that one was God's messenger, and that one was eternal and indestructible. Originally, Eagle Girl would follow the path of her predecessors and become her priestess. Then, she would choose one of her daughters to inherit the name of Chayala and become the next priestess. However, history changed, and an alien spaceship landed on Earth. The alien spaceship did not stay on Earth for too long. They either accidentally or intentionally captured Eagle Man and Eagle Girl. However, the spaceship seemed to have a problem with its piloting system. It liked to crash into planets with its hull. In the end, they crashed on Zamalan, the main planet of the Purple Lantern. Eagle Man and Eagle Girl were inexperienced ancient people. They were thrown on a deserted planet. No matter how much they cried for help, they could not eat metal. The two starved to death. After they died, they became the main energy source of the Purple Lantern because of love until the darkest night came. On Egypt's side, the Eagle tribe had always been hidden among the country's rulers. They realized the powerful effect of metal. Whether it was wings or the strength on their bodies, it made them different from ordinary people. Pharaohs, generals, and powerful people all over the world had their eyes on them. The Eagle tribe did not want to give up the power they had. However, Earth's gravity was too strong. Except for a few leaders, the rest of the tribe could not fly freely with their wings. After a series of experiments, such as oracles and blood sacrifices, they left Egypt with all the metal and their people, went to Peru, and finally entered this world. The Bear tribe and the Wolf tribe had similar experiences. The three parties agreed to enter the small world to live a good life, leaving the bad, natural environment of the earth, which was prone to earthquakes, floods, and sandstorms, to the inferior people. Unfortunately, the small world they thought was a paradise became worse and worse because of a large number of people. The Bear tribe was exterminated with the collapse of the world, and a part of the Wolf tribe escaped before the world was destroyed. More than half of them came to the Eagle world, and a small group of people went to the more comfortable Earth. There were many legends of werewolves in the cultures of various countries. The three major tribes were made and destroyed by metal. Chapter 1000. The end metal gave them a lot of superpowers and a long lifespan, but it also made them unable to leave this metal. Moreover, after a long period of interaction, a slight resonance was formed between humans and the metal. The longer the metal was in contact with humans, the lower the purity of the metal itself. The metal was their life. In order to maintain her ruling position, the queen targeted the Wolf tribe that came to join them. The bloody massacre began. The Wolf tribe was robbed of their remaining metal and eventually became wild beasts. Even so, the consumption of metal was still huge. The Empress had also stolen the metal of her own tribe's civilians. Now, she was the only one who still maintained a high battle prowess and a high lifespan of 4,500 years. The rest of the tribe had already reproduced for dozens of generations. They had also set their sights on Earth. Unfortunately, there was no such metal in the real world. They would only weaken themselves if they stayed on Earth. After invading Earth several times, other than leaving some legends of the Harpies, there was no other meaning. Waiting for death was the only thought in the queen's mind. How much do you know about the Bat tribe? Thea had already understood everything about the Eagle world. She finally asked about the original purpose of this operation. At the mention of the Bat tribe, the queen recalled for a while and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. They are all demons, evil spirits that crawled out from hell. The queen spoke intermittently and used a lot of adjectives. Some of the words were repeated over and over again. They only understood after a long time. The Bat tribe had entered the Iron Age when they were still using bronze weapons. Perhaps Batman's style had influenced them. They liked to move in the middle of the night, wearing black cloaks, and then piercing sharp iron weapons into the hearts of their enemies. They had the most end metal in their hands. Unfortunately, they followed the principle of secrecy and rarely communicated with the other three tribes. After leaving Earth, the two sides did not have any contact. However, the queen felt that most of their people were still on Earth. Thea agreed. Many of the famous assassinations in modern society could be seen. An unknown person killed an important person and changed history according to a certain predetermined trajectory. The assassination of Grand Duke Ferdinand, Ito Hirobumi, Lincoln, and Bruce's parents in that small alley. History had been crudely altered, and there was a clue hidden behind the scenes. They were doing everything they could to help Bruce become Batman. As for whether Batman established the Bat Tribe first, or whether the tribe entered human society and created Batman through a series of events, who was the beginning and who was the end, it was meaningless in the face of time. The collective activity of the Female Righteous Alliance had ended successfully. They had rescued many Earthlings who had been captured by them, but these winged race prisoners still needed to be dealt with. It was definitely impossible to dig a hole and bury it. It was also not appropriate to let it go so easily. From time to time, they would go to Earth to capture a few people and torture them. Their hands were stained with blood. Locking them up in a prison would require an extremely large prison that prohibited superpowers. It would be better to just leave them in the Eagle world with that time cost. As for depriving them of their metals and turning them into ordinary people, that was even more inhumane. Without their metals, more than half of them would die in 3 days. In the end, Louise made a suggestion to freeze them all and wait for humans to research the mysteries of metals. After that, the curse would be lifted and they would be sent to prison to serve their sentences. Thea vetoed this idea as it was too troublesome. She called Superman over and threw these winged race people, who looked very Kryptonian, into the Phantom Zone. Back then, Zod and Fiora had been thrown in there before. There was no concept of time there, and it was a good place for long-term imprisonment. After dealing with the winged race and the werewolves, Thea packed up all the resources of the Eagle world and took them away. The remaining metals had pitifully low purity, and only the few accessories on the Queen were barely acceptable. Looking at the pitiful Eagle hero and Eagle girl, Thea gave them a portion of the high-purity metals and gave some to Barbara for research. Thea did not care if she handed them over to Batman after the event. She kept more than half of the remaining metals for herself. Then, with a wave of her hand, she grabbed the world's origin and poured it into her own small world. She did not let go of the bear world and the wolf world, and each of them extracted a small group of sparkling and dazzling world origin. Among them, the bear world's origin was the smallest, because the world had been destroyed for too long, and the origin was almost exhausted. The wolf world was slightly stronger, but there was a limit to it. The eagle world was the best and the most complete. Perhaps the end metal had been in this world for too long, and the origin was also mixed with a trace of metallic luster. The 3 groups of origin were all transferred into her own world, and the area of the whole world doubled. Thea just looked at it and did not ask any more questions. At this time, the world was still a small world and had not evolved to the level of a universe. The whole world was still in the accumulation stage. When all the conditions were met, the world would begin to shrink and produce a complete Big Bang, and the world would be officially formed into a universe. The inspection of Earth was still in full swing. Moira introduced some new policies, such as exchanging guns for food. The reason was definitely not to ban guns. The excuse used by the White House was that old guns were easy to misfire, and for the safety of the general public, the old guns and ammunition were recycled. In addition, a new personal file database was also established. All the talents who had been engaged in the nuclear industry, chemistry, polymer, atomic physics and other cutting-edge industries had to re-establish their files. If they could go to the government every month and do a simple registration work, then they would receive an additional subsidy. This money was jointly funded by several major consortia in the world, such as the Quinn Group and the Wayne Group, to protect talents and prevent them from being hijacked by terrorists. Earth was in full swing to solve the internal problems. On this day, Thea had just returned home when she was shocked by a piece of news and hurriedly transmitted to the Blue Lamp main star. The lamp beasts are missing. This was the news that the saint reported to her. Which lamp beasts are missing? When did this happen? Who did it? The saint felt guilty and stammered for a long time before he explained the whole story. After 3 expeditions to Earth, everything was calm and there was no abnormality. It was not until yesterday that he noticed that the blue lamp energy in his body seemed to have dropped a lot out of thin air. After checking several times, it was not the problem of the ring, and his emotions were not shaken. Then what was the problem? Several people studied for a long time and finally found that the lamp beasts that had been staying in the total energy of the lamp ring had disappeared. There were very few people who could communicate with the lamp beasts. The total energy was placed there, and no one was bored enough to look inside to see if the lamp beasts were still there. The lamp beasts also did not have the habit of waking up early to check in. They had been missing for a long time, but they really did not know when they disappeared. Chapter 1001. With the intention of helping each other, they informed the yellow and blue lanterns. The blue lanterns were the most sensitive to energy, while the yellow and blue lanterns were much less sensitive. After being alerted by the blue lanterns, they checked their home and found that their lantern beasts were also missing. They then asked the purple lanterns. The purple lanterns' main planet had been destroyed, and their lantern beasts had been placed on the blue lanterns' main planet. The result was self-evident. They were also missing. I remember that Mo Gu was guarding it. Who has the ability to steal the lantern beasts without a trace? Thea was a little surprised. Moge's mental power was countless times stronger than a human's. Even if she was still young, as a planet with its own consciousness, coupled with the lantern ring, she was quite strong. She could not think of anyone who could do such a thing. Detective Thea had not found the thief, and bad news came one after another. The green lantern ion shark flew away in front of everyone. The orange lantern Lawfleas was knocked unconscious while writing his Christmas present. When he woke up, he found that the orange lantern beast python had also disappeared. Seeing Thea, Lawfleas felt as if he had seen his family. Although Thea always yelled at him and ordered him around like a soldier, she had never taken anything from him. Instead, she had given him several containers of treasures. Now that he had been wronged, he could no longer hold back his grief. He did a standard 5-meter sprint, kneeling down and hugging her thigh. Thea moved extremely quickly and sent him flying with a kick. Lawfleas cried like a teary dog. With snot and tears, he asked Thea to uphold justice for him. The Missy was speechless. When did she become the leader of the 7 lanterns? Why did she not know? She had a vague guess in her heart. It was not until the remnants of the Red Lantern Corps came to the Blue Lantern's main planet that the answer was revealed. Kalana, it's Kalana. I can't be wrong. Atakitas gritted his teeth. He was covered in injuries. His red clothes were not obvious, but if one looked closely, they would find that his blood had completely dyed his clothes red. This long-lived species' injuries were far more serious than they looked. Kalana was also a member of the Little Blue Men. Hundreds of millions of years ago, he had secretly modified the settings of the mechanical hunter without telling his Little Blue Men colleagues, causing the massacre in Sector 666. His original intention was to say that machines were not trustworthy and that only emotions could control emotions. This matter had a far-reaching impact on the universe. Kalana was exiled, the mechanical hunters were all abandoned, the Green Lantern Corps became the new subordinates of the Guardians, and Red Lantern Atakitas' revenge. Until the recent Night of Darkness, everything was related to this massacre. There were only a few black technology experts in the entire DC world. If one were to make a list of them, Batman would be ranked 3rd, Joe Ale would be ranked 2nd, and Kalana would be ranked 1st. Furthermore, he was the first person to have ever been able to use technology to create a cosmic probe that traced back to the moment of creation, thus creating a parallel dimension and allowing the universe to evolve into the era of the multiverse. He represented a possibility that technology could also reach the pinnacle. Tracing back to creation was something that the new gods, the Watchers, and the anti-Watchers could not do. However, the real culprit shocked Thea. She looked at Atakitas strangely. Kalana is already dead. If my sources are correct, his body is still on your Red Lantern main planet. She had definitely been on guard against such a black technology expert. Whether it was Haruba's memories, the 4 advisors of the underworld, or Ganthercide, she had inquired about the Little Blue Men, whether they were alive or dead. As Kalana's student, Haruba had a deep impression of his teacher. Among the advisors, Ganther and the others were certain that Kalana was dead, completely dead. Moreover, his body was stolen by Atakitas, but that was many years ago. In Haruba's memories, Atakitas had an inexplicable affection for Kalana. He believed that Kalana had made him who he was today. Thea analyzed that it was a bit like Stockholm Syndrome, but countless times more severe. Atakitas would run to Kalana's body to talk to him. The Guardians knew about this. What was the situation now? A guy who had been dead for God knows how long had come back to life. Her expression was a little cold. Atakitas, don't tell me you're the one who resurrected him? The Red Lantern leader wanted to refute loudly, but when he saw Thea's expression, he knew that she knew him very well. He held back his anger and shook his head. It wasn't me. After looking at him again, Thea finally believed in Atakitas. Hatred was the root of his power. His feelings for Kalana would not make him give up on his hatred. It was not surprising that he was able to silently obtain the 4 lantern beasts from the blue lamp. Mogo must have thought that Kalana was a guardian and must have watched him swagger away the lantern beasts. But how did this guy come back to life? Thea was a little confused. It was easy to resurrect someone who had just died not long ago. It was understandable that he had some tricks up his sleeve. But this guy had been dead for hundreds of millions of years. His body had been dried and turned into a specimen. How did he come back to life? And why did he steal the lantern beasts? The lantern beasts were prepared for Kyle Rayner. She pondered for a few seconds. Countless thoughts collided in her mind. Losing the lantern beasts at this point in time was very fatal. If Kyle did not bring the lantern beasts into the wall of origin and recharge the emotional spectrum pool, the current universe would explode into dust due to emotional exhaustion. The scientific name was hard reboot. When Thea thought of this, she began to sweat. As the world's top technologist, she felt that Kalana most likely knew about this as well. So she took drastic measures and stole all the lantern beasts. Find. Mobilize all forces to find this guy in the universe. The 7 Lantern Corps, her subordinates, the Sharp Insect Tribe, Lady Styx, and the Commerce Alliance were all mobilized at the same time. They had to find this guy as soon as possible. Not long after, Batman's communicator rang. There's a strange guy on Earth. Before Batman could finish, Thea interrupted him. There's a very, very big problem in the universe. I'll leave Earth to you. We'll talk after I'm done here. Okay. Batman hung up. After another 2 minutes, Diana's call also came. You should come over and take a look. This guy is different from the ones I've seen before. The Valkyrie spoke so seriously that Thea finally took it seriously. It wouldn't take much time to go over and take a look. She left the Blue Lantern main planet and returned to Earth. When she entered, she saw that everyone from the Righteous Alliance was there. She looked at Diana, Batman, and the others, waiting for someone to explain to her. What happened? A strange guy? Who was it? What's the matter? If it's not urgent, it's best to put it aside for now. There's a big crisis in the universe. She really didn't want to be involved now. Take a look. There's a strange guy outside the watchtower this morning. He's been observing us. He didn't speak or attack. Diana hurriedly explained to her. In fact, they didn't collect much information. Thea still cared about Diana. The universe crisis was not as important as Diana, at least in her heart. She took a look and looked up at the watchtower space base. What she saw almost made her jaw drop. She saw a guy with a big head, white eyes, and a thin neck. He looked like Papa Ma, but he was more than 10 times bigger than Papa Ma. He seemed to sense her gaze and looked at Thea. Of course, Papa Ma wasn't scary. Instead, he looked kind and approachable. This was all nonsense. The key was that Thea knew this guy. If she wasn't wrong, this guy was the Observer of Marvel World. Chapter 1002. The Observer came from the world of Marvel. This memory couldn't be wrong. They were the oldest race in Marvel. Unlike the little blue people in DC who didn't cause trouble every day, they had a promise to only observe and not participate. They were a neutral race to the extreme. But was there really a world of Marvel? Thea was confused. If she thought about it carefully, since there was a world of DC, then it wasn't too far-fetched to have a world of Marvel. Her worldview received 100 points of impact, and she quickly thought about the observer's intentions for coming here. You know this guy? Is he also a friend of yours from the universe? Superman asked. Thea had a toothache, and her mouth tasted bitter. For the first time, she didn't know how to explain this matter. This was a character from outside the world. For Batman and Superman, there was no difference between the Observer, Guardian, and Watcher, but for someone of her level, it was a very serious matter. This meant that a hole had been pierced through the DC world, or else the Observer wouldn't have come here. An hour ago, she still couldn't think of anyone who could do this. Now, there was a 99% chance that it was Kalana. But what was the Observer observing here? Or who was he observing? Thea wanted to go up and ask, but she remembered that the Observer was famous for not talking and only recording. She probably wouldn't be able to get any inside information. Thea's gaze swept across the faces of the Alliance, and after checking twice, she seemed to have found something new. She gently exhaled, ran 2 steps, and pulled out a thin old man from the air beside Batman. Diana pulled out her sword, and Batman was also shocked. How did this guy silently hide beside him? He looked at Thea with a puzzled face, waiting for further explanation. The rest of the Alliance also looked at the old man. He was wearing a golden robe with silver embroidery at the corners. He looked very elegant, but his hair was a little messy, and his temperament was a little slippery. Even though the old man was discovered, he still looked at everyone sneakily. The slippery old man looked at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Thea. Little girl, you have good taste. Thea's face drooped as she sized him up from head to toe. His concealment technique was not bad, but there weren't many energy waves. This should be a projection. She asked with certainty, you are Gao Tianzuan, right? How did you come to our universe? He had originally wanted to use honorifics, but the old man's temperament was too terrible, making people unable to respect him from the bottom of their heart. She spoke vaguely, connecting everyone to the parallel universe or something. Only Diana had some doubts. Now, the Valkyrie could even fight her own father, Zeus, 400s of rounds. She was only 1 god seed away from the multiverse level. She was no longer ignorant about the multiverse like before. But who was Gao Tianzuan? She didn't remember Thea telling her that there was such a person in the universe, but she was smart enough not to ask. You do have good taste, I am Gao Tianzuan. The slippery old man put away his wretched appearance, as if he wanted to puff out his chest and raise his head to make himself look taller, but his acting was a little exaggerated. Thea covered her face. His long life had turned this guy into a clown. The real Gao Tianzuan had immortal life, immune to aging, diseases, and all physical attacks. At the same time, he also had unimaginable recovery abilities. He could also convert his own universal energy into levitation, projection, psychic ability, material reconstruction, and space jump, and so on. Moreover, he had a powerful resurrection ability, and could resurrect intelligent creatures that died within 30 minutes. Gao Tianzuan was a member of the Universal Presbyterian Church. It could be said that he was a person who couldn't be killed by conventional forces. At first, he was a wise and cold elder. As for how he became this clown today, it could only be said that he was too bored without any enemies for a long time. If he didn't find some entertainment for himself, he would be stupid. Thea didn't know how many times she sighed today. She pointed to Father Ma in the sky. The observer outside followed you here, right? By the way, what are you doing here? Gao Tianzuan's eyes flickered, and finally stopped on Thea and Batman. Which one of you is the ruler of this universe? Or is this a democratic system? CEO? Elder? I do have something to say, but I don't know who to tell. Thea waved at him, indicating that he should talk to her. Gao Tianzuan's vision was still there, and he could see that Batman was extraordinary. Perhaps in his heart, Batman was more important than Diana. This was also the main reason why he had been hiding beside Batman to observe. Thea wasn't ready to reveal the connection. Batman was also stunned. He didn't have as much foresight as Thea, but he was good at observation and thinking. This strange person actually compared him to Thea. It definitely wasn't because of his 127 sets of martial arts. A strong person came to my universe. He appeared 3 days ago, and he is an invincible strong person. His name is Kalana. Gao Tianzuan's words shattered the last bit of hope in Thea's heart. The person who caused all this trouble was indeed Kalana. As for how he got to Marvel, it had nothing to do with the Lantern Beast. It was most likely some shocking technological product. Thea frowned deeply. Whether she liked it or not, things were out of her control. This group of people who made technology was too good at causing trouble. Ha, ha. Kalana is on your side, right? Gao Tianzuan clicked his tongue, and a smug expression appeared on his face as if he had finally found the culprit. Ah. Thea rubbed her hair, not knowing what to do. Everyone in the Righteous Alliance could see that there was definitely a huge problem here, but the heroes were ignorant and fearless. Batman was still pondering over Gao Tianzuan's words when Superman asked kindly, "What kind of trouble is it?" "We can definitely solve it if we unite." Diana also held her hand, expressing her encouragement. The young lady looked troubled and depressed. Our universe is in big trouble. The danger this time is far greater than the Dark Knight, and it is also greater than the Anti-Watcher. Barry asked, "Is it the Kalana you were talking about just now? Where is this guy from? An alien, an enemy from a parallel universe, or from the future?" Thea said softly, "Kalana is the former guardian of the Green Lantern Corps." Everyone in the Righteous Alliance showed an expression of, "Oh," as expected. Most of the things that happened recently were related to the Green Lantern Corps. Now, the Justice League was about to become the Green Lantern Corps' Aftermath Committee. The Arab Green Lantern Simon Baz and the first female Green Lantern from Earth, Jessica Cruz, were pretending to be invisible. Hal Jordan, the greatest Green Lantern, suddenly became the focus of attention. He was dumbfounded. What Kalana? He had never heard of him. Chapter 1003. Thea helped Hal explain, Kalana was the previous Guardian, but he died hundreds of millions of years ago. Not many people in the Green Lantern Corps know about this secret. Kalana was the greatest scientist on planet Mardis. I don't know much about his life, but I know that he had a strong desire to explore and was extremely curious about everything. He was the kind of person who wouldn't give up until he found the answer. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at Batman. They also had a guy who liked to get to the bottom of things. Batman pretended not to see the gazes around him and asked, "How did someone who died hundreds of millions of years ago come back to life? Was he resurrected during the darkest night?" Thea shook her head. "It has something to do with the darkest night. From the information I've gathered so far, he had mastered the Book of Death of the Black Lanterns and sealed a part of his life force in the book. When a certain condition was met in the outside world, the Book of Death would return that part of his life force to him, and he would naturally come back to life." She didn't have much of a prophetic advantage when it came to Kalana. This was the conclusion she came to after gathering information from several sources. The only thing that was similar to the original spacetime was that Lisa Dracker, the fangirl who swore to follow Kalana to death, was still bewitched by the Book of Death. She was probably the one who found the Book of Death and resurrected Kalana. Not only did Kalana come back to life, but his goal was also so strong. He wanted to find the truth of the universe's creation. Your universe actually has such a madman, it's unbelievable. Gao Tianzuan, who had been pretending to be invisible, interjected naturally, as if he was very familiar with them. Batman nodded. "Well, a mad scientist who seeks the truth. There are many people like that on Earth." "I think I understand, and then?" "And then there's today's story. This guy stole the 7 lantern beasts, broke through the space barrier, and went to another world. Let me introduce him to you. This old man is a member of the Universal Presbyterian Church, Gao Tianzuan. They are the first highly intelligent race to appear after the Big Bang. Thea introduced Gao Tianzuan. Gao Tianzuan pretended to nod to them, but no one paid him any attention. What? The lantern beasts are lost? Plasma sharks are lost too? Hearing this news, Hal Jordan was shocked. Thea looked at him strangely. What happened to the promised green light leader? Those fellows saw that you were an earthling and were easier to fool, so they used you as a shield. The rest of the people didn't think much of it. If they lost it, then so be it. What's the big deal? As for this mad scientist going to another universe, we can pay close attention to him. If he needs support, we can also provide it. It doesn't seem to be a very urgent matter. Diana was the one who knew Miss Thea the best. She knew that there must be something else. What danger will the disappearance of the lantern beasts cause to the universe? Thea couldn't tell them that the emotion pool was drying up and the universe was about to explode. Otherwise, she would have to explain the series of arrangements she made on Kyle. If the heroes knew that Kyle was going to sacrifice himself for the universe, they would definitely help. If 7 or 8 of them rushed into the wall of origin, where would she find the life equation? Fortunately, making up lies was a talent of the Quinn family. She said sadly, the lantern beasts represent an emotion in the universe. If they leave for too long, we will lose this emotion forever. Our universe will have no anger, no greed, no fear, no courage, no hope, no pity, and no love. I can't imagine that scene, she said sadly. Thea's lies were very convincing. She was the authority on the spectrum of emotions, and no one could refute her. Several people also wore lantern rings during the dark night. There were 3 in front of the green light, and Batman still had the yellow light ring in his pocket. It was not impossible to accept the materialization of emotions. A bunch of people believed her instantly. They couldn't tolerate it. If there was no anger, greed, or fear, then so be it. However, they couldn't live without hope, courage, and love. Kalana is the strongest enemy we have to deal with at the moment. If you don't want to join the battle, I won't force you. Thea said righteously. As expected, none of the heroes backed down. Strongest? Why do you call him the strongest? He's stronger than Darkseid? Batman asked Thea. In fact, he really wanted to kick Gao Tianzuan out, an outsider, but he kept smiling at him. He didn't want to go too far. After all, it seemed like he was here to ask for help. That's right. He's the strongest because he's doing something very terrifying now. It's something I can't do at the moment. What is it? 2 worlds. Thea pointed at herself and then at Gao Tianzuan. The 2 worlds are getting closer to each other. Kalana is using some method that I don't understand to forcefully merge the 2 worlds with completely different rules. Then what should we do? Superman asked. Thea didn't know what to do. The 2 worlds had completely different rules. If she rushed over, she might not be able to use much of her strength. Moreover, she felt that she probably couldn't defeat Kalana. Although this guy was a technologist, he was already at the top of his game. He had some strange tricks up his sleeve that were impossible to guard against. Besides, who in Marvel could help her? She couldn't ask Asgard's goddess of death, Hela, for help, could she? Everyone in the Righteous Alliance wanted to help. She couldn't ask Gao Tianzuan aside, so she had to make the conversation public. What's the situation on your side? What's your purpose for coming here? She asked Gao Tianzuan. Gao Tianzuan seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He said happily, we made a bet. Each side will choose a warrior to fight. Before he finished, Thea interrupted him. This is fake. He doesn't care about your bet at all. He just wants to see the 2 worlds merge and be destroyed, and peek at the secret of creation. Gao Tianzuan shook his head in disbelief. Thea didn't want to talk to him at first, but she thought that she couldn't do without help in Marvel. If she asked for help, Captain America would most likely support her, but his combat power was debatable. She didn't believe a word of his American spirit. Was there such a thing as spirit in America? How much was it? She turned to Gao Tianzun and yelled, "Idiot! That guy was just being perfunctory. Can't you tell? When the two universes merge, everything you have will be changed beyond recognition. You're the only one who still cares about the bet. Tell me, how did you get here? Let's go and take care of him together." In fact, it was safest to team up with the ghost. Unfortunately, the ghost boss was limited by this world. He couldn't leave unless the two worlds merged completely. But by then, it would be too late. Chapter 1004. Gao Tianzun must have been very smart when he was young. After all, he was an elder of the universe. Now, his IQ was no different from a little blue man. He was more interested in fooling around than in serious matters. Just by looking at how this guy ran over to his side like a fool, without any investigation or preparation, it was obvious. The matter with Kalana was just a game to Gao Tianzun. As for whether this game would eventually cost him his life, he did not even think about it. Now that Thea had a lot of experience in dealing with long-lived species, the best way was to scare them. These guys were too strong, their lifespans were too long, and they were usually unbearably slow. However, once something that threatened their lives appeared, they would more or less pull themselves together. "I haven't fought for many years," Gao Tianzun mumbled. Thea was also very troubled. Fate had once again pushed her into the teeth of the storm. If she wanted to be the second sister of death, the equation of life was very important. The equation was behind the wall of origin. Even if she did not care about the problem of the universe exploding and did not charge the emotional pool, no one knew if she could still bring the equation out. Back to the original problem, she still needed Kyle Rayner and the Seven Lantern Beasts. Two universes with different rules were pulled out separately to fuse. From her perspective, the possibility of an explosion was as high as 90%. In a chain explosion, it might even blow up 7 or 8 parallel universes. Kalana, the mad scientist, wanted to find the answer to creation in the explosion. Even if he was lucky enough to succeed, this universe would fuse with Marvel's side. When that happened, whether the rules would be rewritten, and whether there would be an equation behind the wall was unknown. Unless she gave up on the equation and stayed in the underworld for the rest of her life, she would have to step forward bravely to eliminate this crisis. Thea's expression was ugly. Gao Tianzun thought about it and told her the coordinates of his world. Of course, he used their description method. As she listened, she tried to use this method to decipher it. She was lucky. The two worlds did not differ much in terms of teleportation. With her knowledge, she understood everything after thinking about it for a while. "I'll go first this time. Wait for my news." At the very least, she wanted to see what level Kalana was at now. There was no need to let Superman and the others test him. If she could beat him, she would capture him. If she couldn't, she would run away. Diana no longer cared about what these people thought. She pulled Thea to the side and asked in a low voice, "Is it dangerous?" "I'll go with you." She knew her lover's habits too well. Thea was a lazy person. Unless she had no other choice, she would not personally go into battle. It was rare for her to take the lead so actively this time. This could only mean one thing: the enemy was very dangerous. Thea caressed her hair and, to Gao Tianzun's surprise, she and Diana kissed each other on the spot. "Even if I can't win, I can still run. A small portion of the laws of the two worlds have already fused together. No existence can kill me." She said this with confidence. The worst that could happen was that she would be beaten to a state of near death. How could she die first? The two goddesses hugged for a long time before Diana let go of her. The Valkyrie's eyes were firm and she took 2 steps back. Thea carefully corrected the coordinates and then used her own method to open the teleportation channel. Time, space, dimension, and as for the location, she had to calculate. The strength of the enemy was not clear. She did not want to directly fall in front of the enemy. At least, she had to secretly observe. After changing into her goddess of death outfit, she slightly adjusted her landing point and set her target on the opposite Earth. Even if her strength was reduced by half, no one on Earth could stop her. Diana looked at her affectionately like a little wife who was going to send her husband to battle. "I'll go take a look. I'll be back soon." She declined everyone's help and stepped through the teleportation portal. The dark teleportation made her a little dizzy because of the different laws of the two worlds. When her feet touched the ground, she quickly felt it. It was good news. She could use about 70% of her strength here. Her fifth-dimensional ability had completely disappeared, and her magic power had been damaged. She needed to familiarize herself with the laws of magic here. Divine power was also affected, but because she had left the limit of the source, she could still absorb some power from the other world. After checking herself, she had enough confidence and had the leisure to observe her surroundings. Dark clouds covered the sun, and the heavy weather made people feel depressed. She frowned slightly. She was on a green field, and there was a faint whistling sound of the sea not far away. Although there were some slight differences, she still judged that this was Earth, the Earth of Marvel World. She had no time to continue looking around, because there were two people not far away who were eyeing her. On the left was a muscular man. His body looked like it could compete with Superman. He was holding a hammer in his right hand, wearing a black leather vest and a big red cloak behind him. The most important thing was his appearance. He had golden hair, thick eyebrows, and a beard. His eyes contained power, and he had a dignified demeanor. With his appearance and hammer, Thea realized that this guy was Thor. Since this fierce brother was Thor, then the man beside him with dark green windbreaker, black hair, and a pale face was Loki? For a moment, Thea couldn't figure out what the two brothers were doing here. The sky was high and the clouds were heavy. There was no sign of human habitation, and the grass was quite dense. Were they practicing wrestling? Her expression was a little strange. Coupled with the way she appeared and the way she dressed, Thor, who had begun to use his brain, stared at her closely. "You are Hela?" "I am Thor, the son of Odin." Although Thor said it as a question, the certainty in his tone could be heard. Thea was a little stunned. What should I say? "Hero, you got the wrong person. When I was teleporting just now, I seemed to have squeezed someone. Your big sister might still be behind me." She subconsciously replied, "Really? You are quite similar to him." After all, this guy was the main force of the double couplet, so there was no need to be hostile. Loki, who was standing beside Thor, noticed the problem. This guy who looked like the goddess of death didn't seem to be as fierce as the legend said. He said, "Maybe we can discuss it." Thea didn't have a good impression of this traitor. She valued her family very much, and Loki was obviously not this kind of person. She frowned slightly and pointed at Loki. "You don't look like Odin." She wouldn't affect the overall situation because of her personal preferences. Thinking of her purpose, Thea said in a clear voice, "This universe is about to face a catastrophe. You'd better gather your companions to face it together." Loki sneered. "You think the two of us are not your opponents? Do you need to gather everyone together to satisfy your desire to kill?" Chapter 1005. Without the language proficiency from fusing with the Source Queen, Loki spoke quickly and hurriedly. Thea did not hear him clearly. She asked in surprise. "What did you say?" Hearing his brother talk about killing, Thor's habit of not thinking before acting up acted up again. "I will not betray any of my friends, you evil god." Before he finished speaking, he swung his right arm in a half circle. Mjolnir, the divine weapon war hammer made from the core of a planet, was thrown out with a whoosh. "Damn! Can't we talk nicely?" Throwing out a hammer without saying anything, what kind of bad habit is that? She felt that he was a little different from the impulsive Thor in her impression, but now it seemed that he was still the same. Sia sighed. Her power had declined a little in this world, especially her position of god of death, which was greatly suppressed here. Unsurprisingly, the death of the 5 great gods of creation had taken over the source of her power. She could not extract much death divine power, but because she obtained the emotion divine seat, which was something that all life had, her power was barely maintained at 70%. She reached out with her right hand and grabbed Thor's hammer with 5 slender fingers. Thor gritted his teeth and used all his strength to try to get the hammer out of her right hand. However, his strength seemed to have been thrown into the void. The hammer was still firmly in Thea's hand. As they fought, the ground began to shake slightly. Thea wanted to throw the hammer back to him, but the hammer kept shaking. Thor was also controlling it. If she let go now, she would hurt herself. Both sides were in a stalemate. Your timeline is wrong. Come back quickly. A valiant woman's voice echoed in their ears. Thor and Loki could not tell who it was. Thea frowned slightly. It was Diana's voice. Their love extended through the spectrum of emotions, breaking through the distance of time and space. That shouldn't be. She began to think about which step went wrong. Logically speaking, with her level of attainment, it was impossible for her to make a mistake. Come back quickly. Gao Tianzuan's concept of time is a bit vague. You're 2 years too early. Diana said angrily. She almost pulled her back with a lasso. Thea was furious. Gao Tianzuan, this idiot with no concept of time, caused him to come early. Being in another world, the characteristics of the divine power of emotions was similar to that of the tides. It fluctuated between high and low, and it was extremely unstable. Her control over her body had reached the lowest level in history. In her excitement, her fingers unknowingly increased the strength. Kacha! Kacha! An ear-piercing cracking sound was heard. Only then did she see that the hammer in her hand was already covered with web-like cracks. Before she could think of a way to fix it, she saw that the star core was finally unable to bear the burden and was violently crushed. The rest of the star core also broke into pieces like garbage. Thor, Loki, and Thea were all dumbfounded. I really didn't use any strength. She really wanted to explain, but looking at Thor's expression, she felt that it was better not to. At this time, Loki was already shouting for the Rainbow Bridge to pick them up. Thea waved her hand. Sorry, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. I'll leave first. I'll come back in a few years. After saying that, she opened a portal and was about to go back. Before she left, she felt that crushing Thor's hammer would be very detrimental to their future cooperation. She turned her head and looked at him from inside out. She had to admit that this Thor was really weak. Without the hammer, he was even more useless. This is a little knowledge about the use of lightning in our world. Consider it as a hammer to accompany you. After saying that, she reached out and pointed, and a large piece of information entered the depths of Thor's soul. This was the way to use lightning that he extracted from old Shazan. It was passed down from Zeus, but it was not suitable for her. Now, she copied it as a favor. After sending the information, she did not wait for the two to speak and directly entered the portal. Vaguely, she seemed to have bumped into someone. The other party was also dressed in black. Judging from the body shape, it seemed to be a woman. The portal was very short. After brushing past the woman and a violent tremor, they finally returned to their original world. Are you okay? Diana asked nervously. The Valkyrie had already realized that the other side was a completely different world. It was completely different from their parallel universe. Thea took a deep breath. The original world was still the most comfortable. She looked at Gao Tianzuan in annoyance. What's going on? Small mistake, small mistake. My life is too long. I've seen the rise and fall of the entire universe, the glory and fall of empires. Thea waved her hand and interrupted Gao Tianzuan's boasting. She adjusted the time again. This time, she did not plan to go over by herself. If Superman had followed her just now, he would not have been able to beat her up. Of course, this beat was for Thor and his brother. For her, this level was not considered a battle. Superman's image and temperament were without a doubt. He was simply a moral role model among superheroes. No one would say that he was a bad person when they saw him. She knew her own family's situation. Her appearance now was a little far from being righteous. Diana strongly requested to go with her. Batman also looked like he wanted to go. The Flash and the others also wanted to go, but Thea stopped them. I'm afraid there's no power of speed there. Our Earth still needs your protection. The same goes for the green light. After rejecting their help, Thea, Diana, Superman, Batman, and Gao Tianzuan stood in front of the portal. This time, they must bring this sly old man. Even if the time was wrong, they could adjust it there. Running back and forth between the two worlds was very uncomfortable for her. Moreover, when Gao Tianzuan left, the observer would also return. This time, she didn't use the power of death to open the portal. The thing was dark and didn't look like justice at all. What's more, she was suppressed by Marvel's death. This time, she used the power of emotion. It was colorful and dazzling, and it seemed to work well. Stepping through the portal, except for Gao Tianzuan who was relieved to return to his own world, the others, including Thea, had to readjust. Batman was an ordinary person. Any world had no effect on him. At this time, he was looking at the surrounding environment. Superman stretched his body and looked up at the sun. He found that it was no different from the other world. He was also relieved. The only trouble was Diana. Thea helped to calm the restless power in her body. After 10 minutes, it stabilized. Is there no courage in this world? Diana's courage power was sealed by Thea, but she could use perseverance and protection. Maybe the rules of the emotional spectrum are different. Emotions can be used normally, but courage alone is different from our world. Thea could only vaguely explain. Was there any green representative in Marvel? Hulk. That seemed to be the symbol of anger. It had nothing to do with courage. And the color of anger in their world was red. The source of emotion could be used because the range of emotion was large. Diana's courage didn't match here at all. With half of her strength gone, Diana was a little unhappy. She was suppressed and had to deal with an enemy stronger than ever before. It didn't feel good. Where is this? Diana asked Batman. I don't know. Batman's answer made them speechless. I didn't know you were so focused. The newspaper in the hand of the pedestrian in the distance is the New York Times. Someone is flying over from the northwest. Are we going to deal with him? Superman looked into the distance. Sia also looked over. It was a red metal shell, and there was an energy source emitting white light on his chest. Coupled with the fact that this was New York, it wasn't hard to guess who it was. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Chapter 1006. Thea casually looked at the Iron Man flying in the distance and looked away. She looked up outside the Earth, and with the return of Gao Tianzuan, the observer also returned to this part of the Earth. It's just that Gao Tianzuan's reaction made her feel a little strange. By right, when returning to the original world, there should be some information and energy flow between the main body and the projection, but Thea didn't feel anything, which was completely impossible. Unless Gao Tianzuan was 2 levels higher than her. Thea was now at the multiverse level, and higher than her would be the peak of the multiverse and the omnipotent level, but did Gao Tianzuan have this ability? She didn't believe it. Another possibility was that Gao Tianzuan was a big liar, an American version of Qiu Qianzhang, but seeing that he could cross into her world, it didn't seem like it. Thea felt that the last possibility was very likely, and his main body was dead. Before she could ask, the Iron Man had flown in front of her. Tony Stark was a genius in the Marvel world, the representative of the superheroes, and similar to Thea's deeds there, he also revealed his superhero identity to ordinary people. He relied on various technological equipment and his Iron Man armor in battle, and could use his Iron Man armor to deal with 80% of the enemies. Today, he was doing experiments when he suddenly found several warning signals ringing, and the monitor showed that 5 unknown targets had appeared in New York. Aliens. This was his first thought, but after observation, he found that the people who came didn't have any violent aura. After the other party arrived, they looked around and didn't find any hostility in a short time. After thinking for a while, he informed several of his companions, and then without hesitation, he put on his armor and came to them. "Who are you? Why did you come to Earth?" The Iron Man floated more than 2 meters above the ground, and the energy in his palm was ready, but not released. He was fully alert, and at the same time, he looked at these strangers. This time, Thea didn't wear the Goddess of Death's outfit. Instead, she changed into her usual clothes. She wore a red woolen coat, cropped pants that revealed her white ankles, and a pair of pointed high heels. She originally had a satchel with her, but Diana frowned and put it away. He was dressed normally, but compared to the people around him, he looked abnormal. Superman, Batman, and Diana were all wearing battle suits. Gao Tianzuan was wearing a shiny golden robe inlaid with silver. He might look cool on his planet, but on Earth, he could only look very different and flashy. The Iron Man's eyes wandered over their faces. Gao Tianzuan looked strange and was obviously not a good person to talk to, so he was eliminated at the first moment. Diana carried a shield and a long sword, looking like she was about to enter the battlefield. Thea, a city beauty, was also very strange to be mixed in with a group of suspected aliens. Although both of them were super beautiful and very fierce, and he usually wouldn't mind chatting them up, at this time, he was still ready to put business first. Batman was even worse, dressed in black and habitually standing in the shadows. The Iron Man muttered for a while, "This guy wouldn't be a bad guy, right?" The Iron Man finally set his eyes on Superman. Intuition told him that this guy with a sunny face should be a good person. Thea didn't know what time period Marvel was in now, and she didn't care much about the life and death of Thanos. She gently pushed their righteous and handsome Superman, "You should speak on behalf of the company. We are from another Earth, and there is a major matter involving both of us that we need to discuss with you." Superman flew into the air and was level with the Iron Man, and said in a gentle tone. The strong man in the red cloak in front of him could fly without any equipment, which made the Iron Man more certain that the other party was an alien. However, after living for so long, he could still judge whether there was hostility or not. In addition, Superman's face was no less righteous than Captain America's, so the Iron Man temporarily put down his guard. "What's the matter?" He didn't mean to go back to the headquarters at all and was ready to talk on the street. Superman briefly said that he didn't trust the Iron Man to the extent that both sides were conducting preliminary tests. The Iron Man listened and didn't believe it, but his intuition told him that the matter was a bit big and he couldn't decide on his own. "Please come back to the headquarters with me to talk in detail." After that, the Iron Man hesitated. Could these guys in front of him all fly? If they couldn't fly, would he need to call a car from the headquarters? They should have seen cars before, right? Looking at Batman's Kevlar and Thea's clothes, judging from human clothing and polymer composite materials, the technology in this world shouldn't be bad. After that, he saw the two beauties fly up casually, and Gao Tianzuan, who seemed to be the old man, also followed with a frown. The three of them flew as casually as breathing and drinking water, and the dark Batman also wore a ring and followed behind with yellow light. Huh. The Iron Man was a little surprised. These guys can fly. He hurriedly called the Avenger to gather in the exclusive channel. Regardless of whether the other party was a righteous hero or not, at least his side couldn't be too weak. The journey was a little far. This world's New York was very big, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a super metropolis. Almost 80% of the heroes and villains worked hard here. Sometimes, when a plane crashed, 7 or 8 heroes would jump out to rescue it. Thea scanned with her telepathic mind and saw a few very strong reactions. 3 of them were the most eye-catching. One was a pure and peaceful spiritual power. Thea guessed that it was Professor X. The other was in a small world, and the vast and surging energy was different from the DC world, but she could still recognize some of its characteristics. It was magic power, and if she wasn't wrong, it was Dr. Strange who was in the New York sanctum. The last one was their destination, and Thea couldn't think of who it was for a moment. Avoiding the city, the group flew to the suburbs. After flying for half an hour, they came to the outside of a huge building complex. An irregular pentagonal building was the main building, and the members' daily rest and employees' work were all here. The air corridor connected to the military facilities at the back and the training ground. Thea also saw two famous Quinjet on the tarmac. Above the main building and the training ground, there was a large letter A. Superman was very curious, and asked what this A meant. We call ourselves the Avenger Alliance, which is the acronym for Avengers. Tony answered the question very quickly. We call ourselves the Justice League. Superman said proudly. The term Avengers referred to taking revenge on behalf of someone. This kind of action was a bit like exchanging violence for violence. Conceptually, their name was much more positive. Walking into the main building, they saw many ordinary people doing work. Thea also saw the third person that caught her interest. Chapter 1007. There was not a single strand of hair on the person's body, and his gaze was calm. This was a man with purple skin and a yellow cloak. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a dent on his forehead, as if the gem that was supposed to be there had never existed. Thea recognized him. This was Vision, the original owner of the soul gem. Now that the gem had disappeared, he was still standing here. There must be a complicated story behind this. Although the gem had disappeared, she could still feel some unusual energy. Vision's body still had the remnants of the soul gem, and the gem's remnant was integrated with his life. In the face of Thea's prying, the remnant had been desperately resisting, constantly emitting invisible ripples, trying to confuse her gaze. Thea smiled slightly and looked away. Walking with Vision was a woman in a red trench coat, with shoulder-length hair and a beautiful appearance. However, the energy in her body was violent and primitive, with a destructive aura, like a huge volcano. The characteristics were very obvious. This was Scarlet Witch. Both of them were strong. In her opinion, Vision was similar to the Martian Hunter. Scarlet Witch's current strength was similar to Zatanna's, but her potential was very deep. As long as she developed steadily, it would not be a problem for her to reach the multi-level in the future. That remnant aura is the Infinity Stone kept by the Universal Presbyterian Church, right? She asked Gao Tianzuan in her consciousness. Yes, I didn't expect the Soul Gem's aura to be here. You know a lot. Have you been here before? Gao Tianzuan answered casually, then suddenly realized that something was wrong and frowned. Didn't I teleport wrongly once before? At that time, I saw a lot of things in the timeline. She quickly fooled Gao Tianzuan, and also set up an ambush for the future prophet. She stopped probing them. Scarlet Witch and Iron Man did not find any clues, only Vision looked around strangely. I don't mean to offend, but are there only 3 righteous people here? Superman asked. Just as he finished speaking, a muscular man wearing a red cloak and carrying a hammer flew in from afar. As he walked, he said, Tony, why did you call me? Gao Tianzuan. The muscular man was shocked. He raised his hammer and was about to rush over. A group of people, mainly the double couplet, stopped Thor, who was still impulsive and brainless. This was a good thing about heroes of justice. They did not hold grudges, especially when they knew that they had to face a super enemy together. Thor also let go of the bullying he suffered in the arena. He angrily shifted his gaze away from this old acquaintance and then saw Thea beside Gao Tianzuan. Young mistress's casual clothes made her stand out from the rest of the heroes in strange outfits. Thor was the second to see her. At first glance, he didn't recognize him. At second glance, that's right, at second glance, he was blinded in one eye. You. Why are you here? He held the newly forged hammer tightly, afraid that she would grab it again. Long time no see. How's the lightning experience I gave you? You look like you found your own path. Thea waved her hand as if she saw an old friend. Thor thought of the lightning power he learned when he was beaten up by Hela on the ground. He hummed and moved on. You forged another hammer? Are you the god of hammer? Thea asked curiously. Yeah, I forged it in the dwarf tribe. Thor had a strange look on his face. Am I that close to you? Pa. A soft sound interrupted their conversation. Thea and the others followed the sound and looked over. They saw a strange person in red and blue tights with a spider pattern on his chest lying on the window looking at them carefully and curiously. Does such a young hero have to join the battle here? Superman asked curiously. Iron Man looked awkward. He's called Spider-Man. He should be passing by. I'll go ask. After saying that, he left a smile that he thought was appropriate and quickly went outside to talk to little Spider. Once a naughty child got serious, even 1,000 elephants couldn't pull him back. Little Spider was such a person. It was useless to explain. Tony could only pull him in and introduce him to everyone. The few of them standing in the hall was a little eye-catching. The staff and the Avengers were whispering to each other. Tony felt that he had a lot of helpers around him, so he quickly took off his armor and controlled it to fly away. At this time, among the group of strange clothes, only he and Thea were dressed normally. As they entered the meeting room, more and more the Avenger came. Hawkeye, Black Widow, Hulk, Ant-Man, War Machine, Black Panther. A golden wave lit up, and the thin Doctor Strange also came out of the portal. He first looked at Gao Tianzuan, and then at Thea and the others. The last to arrive was a middle-aged man. He looked a little tired and had a beard. He was wearing a black combat suit with a 5-pointed star on his chest. He looked ordinary, but the Avenger respected him. Even if Tony had a big conflict with him, he didn't show it in front of outsiders. This was Captain America. Captain America was the soul of the Avenger Alliance. Even if he had retired to the second line, his reputation and moral character still played an influence. Like Tony, he also didn't put the conflict between them in this kind of situation. The two of them discussed in a low voice. Thea and the others were also discussing. In the end, it was decided that Thea would tell the whole story, and the righteous and good-looking person would take second place. The two sides briefly introduced themselves, and Thea began to speak in a clear voice. Kalana, an ancient race scientist from our world. His curiosity is endless, and now he is preparing to solve the mystery of the world's creation. Seeing that most of them were confused, Thea knew that she was too vague. She stretched out her hand and quickly turned into countless golden lines, simulating the phantom of two universes. She was dressed as a city beauty, but she only showed one hand, and it shocked the group of the Avenger. Seeing this familiar movement and energy wave, the Avenger turned to look at Doctor Strange. The thin middle-aged man asked with some surprise, "Why did you use our camouflage technique? Were you once a mage as well?" Thea laughed. "Mage? I'm not a mage for a long time. I'm just borrowing your technique. But the magic in your world is a bit strange. It seems to be deliberately suppressing the power of magic. Forget it, let's talk about the current situation. Kalana is trying to merge our two worlds. There should be a lot of abnormalities in your world. According to my estimation, the rules of the two worlds are completely different. The possibility of a forced fusion is very high. This is the purpose of our visit. Find Kalana and concentrate all our forces to stop him." A mad scientist? Captain America didn't fully understand the previous words about the explosion of the universe, but he understood that the scientist wanted to cause trouble. Chapter 1008. Thea smiled bitterly. "You can't use common sense to judge them. Kalana is the oldest race in our universe, similar to your Universal Presbyterian Church. They have great combat power, and of course, the most terrifying thing about them is their scientific level, which has reached the limit of technology." Seeing that they didn't take it seriously, Thea threw out a bombshell. "I've been to your universe, right? Thor can prove that Kalana is stronger than me, even stronger than all of us combined." They saw that Thor's face was purple and didn't say a word, so they knew that this was true. They couldn't help but have a new understanding of Thea in casual clothes. Tony operated his personal terminal and checked the world. Sure enough, there were abnormal occurrences, which made him believe Thea's words a little more. A big boss came from another world to cause trouble, and they had to participate in the battle. To be honest, the double couplet had different opinions internally. However, the heroes of justice still had the basic awareness, and they all expressed their willingness to participate in the battle. Gao Tianzuan gave a few coordinates, all of which were places where Kalana had stayed before. The double couplet asked Star-Lord's guardian of the galaxy to investigate. "Let's go and search too. After all, this has more to do with us," Theo whispered to Superman and the others. After that, they proposed to search. The double couplet also had to discuss this matter internally. "Can you survive in space?" Tony asked a slightly sharp question. It turned out that they could. Even Batman could travel freely in space with the yellow light ring. Tony's interest was piqued. "How are you going? Are those coordinates very far from Earth?" Thea smiled and opened a portal. This was her modified version of Marvel's teleportation. As long as they were in the universe, they could be teleported there. Iron Man laughed and put on his armor again. He said that he and Vision would also go with them. Thor thought about it and also said that he would go with them. Leaving the American team to unify the internal thinking of the double couplet, the few of them who had space survival ability went to the universe to search. After a long time, there was no progress in the investigation. Kalana's whereabouts were still a mystery. "He shouldn't be here. At least I haven't seen any powerful guys around here." The slightly plump Star-Lord connected to Iron Man remotely through the communicator. While searching, Thea was also trying her best to adapt to the rules of this world. The death of this world was resisting her, so she could only take a step back and rely on the first light ring to communicate with the emotions here. Here, green represented anger, blue represented the power of space instead of hope, and yellow represented the soul instead of fear. All kinds of complicated emotional energy were disrupted and rearranged. Fortunately, all the operations were done on the ring, which saved Thea a lot of effort. "Are you telling the truth or not?" Diana angrily grabbed Gao Tianzuan. She had already noticed that there was something wrong with this guy's strength. He was also not telling the truth. Gao Tianzuan stammered, unable to speak. Thea pulled Diana back. "This guy is just a projection. I thought it was to make it easier to travel between the two worlds, but now it seems that his real body has most likely." To be honest, the double couplet could not provide much help. She originally had hope for Gao Tianzuan, but now that one of the two main forces was dead, she was the only one left in the face of a strong enemy. She was not in a good mood. "Nonsense, I'm only heavily injured." "Heavily injured, do you understand? I, Gao Tianzuan, will not die," he argued angrily. Thea shook her head, refusing to comment. The chances of winning were not high to begin with. At this moment, Gao Tianzuan could only be treated like a mascot, waving flags and shouting battle cries. Fortunately, she had been through a lot over the years. She was no longer the newbie who had to hide whenever she saw Solomon Grundy. She closed her eyes and pondered for a while. Kalana should be in a spatial barrier. That's the fusion point of the two worlds. After saying that, a large amount of emotional energy began to gather. Countless emotional threads appeared on her skin. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and more colors appeared faintly. Countless emotions gathered together and burst forth with a color that could not be described with words. At this moment, Thea was like an upgraded version of a first light that could freely control energy. Emotional energy had directionality. The 7 lantern beasts were like shining lamps in her eyes, showing her the direction. It was less than 70% of her peak state, and this kind of emotional energy came and went quickly. It was not good for a long battle. She had to use the current surge of emotions to find Kalana. She looked around and quickly found a gap. She said to everyone, "I'll open the door." After that, no matter the result of the battle, we only have 3 minutes to fight. "Star-Lord, help me keep an eye on this Gao Tianzuan. Don't let him run away." Iron Man wanted to say, "We haven't finished mobilizing yet. Aren't you guys a little too impatient?" Before he could finish his words, he saw Sia's hands grabbing the void. Her jade-white fingers seemed to be holding a door, and colorful colors flowed between her fingers. As she exerted her strength, a more gorgeous world was revealed little by little. Before Iron Man could say anything, the Righteous Alliance flew in. Thor, who had always been at the front, followed in without saying anything. Even Vision flew in. Helplessly, Star-Lord led the Guardian of the Galaxy and Gao Tianzuan and smiled at each other. Iron Man said a few words and rushed in with this group of impatient people. The space was not big. It was independent of time. It was a chaotic and illusory world. Iron Man's eyes were quickly attracted by a behemoth. It was a huge humanoid creature hundreds of meters tall. It looked simple and heavy, as if time could not hurt it at all. However, such a great creation was now like a pile of garbage quietly standing in the space. Who is this? Or what is it? Iron Man asked Thor beside him. In his impression, Thor had been traveling the world for many years and was more knowledgeable. Thor actually did not know who it was. He was thinking about how to get away with it. Thea had flown far away. Her voice came from afar. This is one of the 5 gods of creation in your world, the planet devourer. Now that he is dead, the enemy is in front. Hurry up and catch up. Are the people of their world a bunch of barbarians? Don't they talk about tactics? This kind of suicidal charge made Iron Man very uncomfortable. He could not help but complain to Vision. On the contrary, Thor beside him liked this style of fighting very much. He shouted and rushed forward for Asgard. Thea rushed at the front. The planet devourer glanced at her and did not look at her anymore. This guy fed on planets. His strength fluctuated too much. Being full and being hungry were 2 completely different concepts. Killing star-swallowing did not prove anything. She wanted to see what level Kalana was at now so that she could make a follow-up plan. Chapter 1009. Thea said that she was in a hurry, and star-swallowing had to be put aside. As for whether or not the Iron Man would see star-swallowing's appearance, she would go home and design the anti-star-swallowing armor in advance. She didn't care. Outside the star-swallowing's lifeless head, she saw Kalana. The 7 Lights beast was completely absorbed into his body, but this was only a part of his power. Kalana left the DC world, and his height returned to normal. At this time, he was 2 meters tall, wearing a high-tech armor, with a very distinctive mustache. His eyes were red and filled with endless fanaticism. Kalana, how dare you steal my light beast? If I had known this would happen, would have cut your body into pieces. Thea was full of anger. This guy must be killed this time. Ha, new god. In my eyes, you are just a little girl who doesn't know anything. Do you know the mystery of the birth of the universe? Do you know that there was a surge of energy in the beginning that created everything today? You don't know anything. You are all slaves to power. You only know how to take like bacteria, and never consider the price after taking. Kalana didn't back down and scolded her. Thea couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. This guy was a typical paranoid. It was hard to say whether his plan to solve the mystery of the universe was right or not. There was no right or wrong here. He had his ideals, and Thea also had her own mission. This wasn't a battle of ideals, dreams, or beliefs. It was purely because the other party had infringed on her interests. If he didn't destroy the universe and stayed at home to study, Thea wouldn't even want to talk to him. These little blue people were all crazy. She raised her arm, and countless emotional threads gathered together. The positive and negative emotions were fully mobilized. The 2 sides were still 1,000 meters apart. Without saying a word, Thea pushed her right hand forward, and a 100-meter wide and 10-meter tall colorful wall of light pressed forward. The exterior of the light wall was surrounded by a large amount of violent colors. The colors were dazzling to the extreme. It was like an insurmountable mountain, rolling straight towards Kalana. Kalana held a very metallic weapon in his hand. It looked like an energy gun, but both ends of his energy gun were surrounded by incomparably huge electric arcs. He took a serious look at the incoming wall of light as if he was dealing with a mathematical problem. He examined, probed, and dissected it. However, he lost interest in less than a second. He raised the weapon in his hand and rammed it into the emotional shockwave like a spear. The two different types of energy collided with each other. Following an incomparably loud explosion, a large amount of light and heat exploded. The strong light blinded everyone, but they were all veterans of battle. No one would close their eyes or do anything like that. The two scarlet dots in the strong light were very eye-catching. Sia knew that it was Karana. He was not injured at all. Strong, really strong. He took a blow with 70% of her strength and came out unscathed. This guy was the most powerful enemy she had encountered so far. Little girl, you have some skill. Tell me the truth, tell me your secret. Now, immediately, tell me. Kalana roared somewhat crazily. Thea wanted to punch him in the face. Tell you? Tell your sister. You dare to underestimate me. She grabbed Kalana with both hands, ready to drag him back to the DC world. In his normal state, Kalana was a 2-meter-tall man with frightening strength. If he returned to the original world and turned back into a little blue man under the restrictions of the rules, even Diana could beat him up. The two sides were 1,000 meters apart, but Thea's fingers crossed the distance and rested on his shoulder. She exerted force, but he did not move. Although strength was not her forte, Thea had no problem using pure physical force to move a planet. Not to mention, this was not just pure physical force, but also the power of the rules. This guy's equipment was strange. She could see that Kalana's armor was not just for show. The armor used a method that she did not understand at all to dissolve the pulling force and pull her back to Kalana. I take back what I said before. You still have some knowledge for me to read. Kalana grabbed Thea's wrist with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist to punch Thea's head. Kalana's strength was beyond imagination. Even the god of strength, Darkside, did not seem to be as strong as him. Was there a scientist in this world with such strength? This was so King illogical. Thea thought to herself. A scientist wanted to fight her in close combat, and she was full of helplessness. She did not have time to use brute force to break free. She gathered a lot of emotional energy in her arm and exploded it, making Kalana grab empty air. Then, she gathered all the divine power in her palm again and punched the enemy's iron fist. The fist that was as white as jade and the fist that was wrapped in thick heavy armor met in midair. Even though it was almost empty space, there was still a huge explosion. The energy shockwave struck the Star Devourer's corpse, smashing out countless craters of varying depths. Thea was sent flying 100 meters, but Kalana's body only shook slightly. He did not retreat but advanced. He raised his energy gun and a bright beam of energy shot directly at Thea. Clang! Thea wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth in midair. The energy beam was already in front of her, and there was no way to dodge. She was ready to leave the space. Fortunately, Diana arrived at the critical moment. The newly built shield took the blow that was equivalent to the power of the whole universe. The energy was very pure. It was the energy that Kalana absorbed after destroying the universe. He believed that there was a part of the power of creation in it. This guy was actually equivalent to the Anti-Watcher in its peak state. When the energy was abundant, it seemed to be endless. It kept hitting the shield with a chi-chi sound. Diana raised the shield with both hands. The shield was built with the materials plundered from the anti-material world. These materials survived the Big Bang, so one could imagine how strong they were. Even so, it was difficult for the shield to resist the energy beam. Optimistically, the shield could not take more than a few attacks of this level. You're courting death. After being defeated, Thea was also angry. This time, she did not use the power of death. She could use the holy sword again. She instantly changed into the costume that was as tall as Artoria and attacked with the holy sword in her hand. For the original universe, Kalana was a fugitive. The will of the universe wanted to capture him. At this time, the Marvel universe also did not welcome him. If Sia was the role model of following the heavens, then Corona was the role model of going against the heavens and changing his fate. One universe refused to let him in, and the other universe wanted to take him back. The two universes could not come in person. They could only give some help to Thea. A wider range of emotions was mobilized. She could not tell if it was billions, or a sign. She only knew that there were countless intelligent lives providing her with emotions. Chapter 10:10. After so many years, Thea experienced the feeling of seed for the first time. The holy sword felt the emotions of all living beings. As the pinnacle of fantasy weapons, its power had no limits. It could contain as much energy as you gave it. Thea's sword had reached the peak in terms of momentum, speed, power, conviction, and so on. Kalana had a unique vision. Of course, he would not use his own neck to test the sword. With a light snort, he gave up on Diana and retracted all his power to focus on Thea. The two quickly exchanged 3 moves. Kalana and Thea, who had gone seed, were tied for the moment. At this time, Superman and Thor, who were in the second echelon, rushed over. One swung a fist, the other swung a hammer, and Diana, who took a breather, attacked Kalana together. Are all the women in your world so powerful? Iron Man's armor had an energy detection device. He could naturally see the energy that erupted from Thea and Kalana's moves. He asked Batman a little unhappily. Batman did not pay attention to him. Instead, he took out a toy-like robot from his belt. Then, he took out something like a ray gun and shot it at the robot. Finally, he jumped in quickly. The giant robot was more than 3 meters tall. It was painted iron gray and had a crab-like head. Batman jumped into the giant robot, quickly adjusted various data, and flew to the battlefield. Looks good. Iron Man felt that this big guy was a bit like his anti-Hulk armor. As for its actual combat power, he would only know after fighting it. Thea's sword was now faster than the last. However, the martial arts on Earth were not enough. Kalana's combat power was also amazing. He was like a humanoid supercomputer. He could instinctively analyze the flaws in Thea's moves and counterattack. After the first few moves, she was once again at a disadvantage. Kalana dodged her slash and bent his elbow to attack. The armor around his joints not only provided him with a large amount of energy, but also increased his speed and strength by tens of thousands of times. The power of this attack was not inferior to the full-powered attack of the main cannons of some top technological civilizations. Thea wanted to dodge, but from the corner of her eye, she saw a black shadow jump out from behind her. The black shadow's speed was not fast, but it seemed to have been calculated thousands of times. It was right before the opponent's energy was about to be fired. Batman? Thea saw Batman operating a strange-looking armor. He pushed Kalana's elbow, but he didn't even use half of his strength. Instead, Thea took advantage of the situation and slashed Kalana's left shoulder. This armor isn't bad. It looks familiar. I remember Damien telling me that this is the anti-Thea armor, right? Milady asked while panting. 70% of Kalana's attacks were on her, so she was under a lot of pressure. Batman's voice was still like a dead man's. His voice came from inside the armor and was a little distorted in this space environment. I modified the original armor. This armor is now called the Anti-Justice League armor, also known as the Fenrir armor. Batman's tone was like he was introducing a new product of his own company. The members of the Justice League were not surprised at all. They looked at each other from the corner of their eyes and saw the calmness in each other's eyes. This was very Batman's characteristic. Double couplet was one of the characteristics of fighting monsters while chatting. No matter how dangerous the situation was, they could not forget to chat and fart. Thor looked at the chuckling faces of the Justice League members and asked Superman curiously. Yes, that's right. Asgard's habits made him look down on women. Batman's dark skin was not righteous at all. On the other hand, Thor admired Superman, who used his fists to fight with his enemies. Both of them had strong muscles and seemed to have some common traits. If I remember correctly, you are called the Justice League, right? That's right. Superman was puzzled. Didn't we say our names before? Thor was a little confused. He lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, "What does the Anti-Justice League armor mean? Is this guy your enemy?" The double couplet had a similar experience fighting side by side with the enemy. Thor felt that he had guessed the truth. Superman's face was bitter. He knew that Thor was asking about Batman, but he did not know how to explain it for a while. He could not say that his friend was crazy, could he? He laughed dryly and dealt with this super awkward topic. However, the consequence of Superman's slight distraction was that Kalana punched him in the face. Even the body of a Kryptonian could not withstand a punch that could shatter a planet. Fortunately, Thor smashed his hammer, causing Kalana's arm to change direction slightly. The punch missed, but even so, Superman was still sent flying more than 100 meters away. His face was deformed. Immediately after, Batman's armor was also severely damaged. The so-called energy gun in Kalana's hand, which was actually a multiversal-level cannon, blasted a big hole in Fenrir's armor. The predecessor of this armor was the Anti-Thea armor. It had high magic resistance, high hardness, and reached the theoretical limit of defense against all kinds of energy attacks. Even so, a hole was still punched through it. Iron Man and Vision opened fire at the same time. Unfortunately, the abilities they were proud of were like small toys in front of Kalana. The impact energy from the Iron Man's palm hit Kalana's armor, but it did not cause any ripples. Without the Soul Gem, Vision's ability had declined a lot. He gathered his greatest strength and fired a pure energy beam from the depression of the original Soul Gem, but it was also shattered by Kalana's hand. The 7 of them used all their strength to besiege him, and the result was shocking. Except for Thea, who could occasionally make some scratches on his armor, the attacks of the others did not cause much damage. "We can't beat him. Let's retreat." After fighting for less than a minute and a half, Thea saw that there was no chance of victory and immediately asked them to leave the battlefield quickly. More than a dozen colorful cyclones were summoned out of thin air. All kinds of emotions were intricate, and like waves, they pressed down on Kalana. This kind of invisible continuous attack forced Kalana to take 2 steps back. By the time he opened the energy absorption shield, Thea had already covered them and left the space. They met up with Star-Lord and Gao Tianzuan, who were waiting in the outside world. Considering that they did not have enough top combat power, Thea wanted to see Gao Tianzuan's real body. Her projection returned to Earth with them to discuss the follow-up plan. If Marvel's group of great gods were to attack together, even Corona would have to kneel. However, these guys didn't care about this matter. Among the top fighting forces, the guys on this side didn't care about this matter, and Sia's side couldn't come over. In desperation, they could only find their own helpers. Each group had 40 people, and the 2 groups fought together to defeat Kalana. As for the top combat power, Diana could barely count as half. Thea alone was definitely not enough. She could only unite all the people she could. Chapter 10-11. Speaking of helpers, the hilarious Gao Tianzuan in front of her was one of them. This guy's main body looked like it was about to die, or rather, it was already dead. She did not know whether Gao Tianzuan's body was cold or not, but the body of the other planet devourer was definitely cold. However, as one of the 5 great gods of the universe, although he was the weakest, he would not die so easily. The concept of life and death was not absolute for people of this level. Generally speaking, there was still hope of saving him. Of the 2 helpers who had a certain chance of helping, one was dead, and the other probably had a few drops of HP left. This was Thea's current situation. "Are you sure you won't harm me?" Gao Tianzuan was cautious about Thea wanting to see his main body. "I won't. I need your help now, so I can only suffer a little loss. First, I have to save your main body." Thea's vexed expression made Gao Tianzuan very happy. He felt that he had taken advantage of her. Of course, it was also possible that his main body was about to die and could not be saved without treatment. According to his coordinates, Thea was transported into Gao Tianzuan's personal space. This was a building that looked like a tall tower. The walls were filled with a dazzling array of toys, trophies, souvenirs, and some swords and shields that did not seem to have any energy fluctuations. Do you like to watch combat? Gao Tianzuan asked with interest when he realized that Thea was looking at his display. Thea was speechless. Your main body is about to die, and you still have time to care about these things? How carefree. As soon as she entered the tower, she sensed his main body. His breath was so weak that it was almost indiscernible. However, if others were not in a hurry, why should she be? I have an arena. It's famous in 3 sectors, 19 galaxies, and 1,500 planets. Wasn't it just bragging? Who's afraid of who? Sia described it vividly. My highest record in the gladiator arena is that more than 3,000 brave and skilled warriors from many planets have died in battle in just one day. Gao Tianzuan's mouth formed an O shape. He was momentarily stunned. His arena was more for entertainment than battle, so the death rate was not that high. After chatting with Thea for a long time, he realized that his main body was about to die. Only then did he remember what he wanted to do. Thea pushed open a side door and walked down the spiral staircase to the bottom of the tower. She finally saw the main body of this guy. The bottom of the tower had a diameter of 5 meters, but now it was completely filled by his body. Their appearances were exactly the same, but there was a big hole in the gorgeous and honorable Universe Elder robe on his body. There was an incomparably huge wound on his chest that ran from the front to the back. High heat energy was still lingering around the wound. Even if Gao Tianzuan's recovery ability was the best in the universe, he was still being eroded by the energy bit by bit. His eternal lifespan was about to reach its end. As long as this energy was sucked out, he would be able to recover in a short period of time with his recovery ability. However, Thea did not want to work for nothing. If I remember correctly, your Universal Presbyterian Church has more than 10 people, right? Don't you have any colleagues to help you? She asked curiously. Gao Tianzuan mumbled and did not say anything. It seemed that people of the same trade were enemies. This saying was true no matter where you looked at it. Thea could not help but sigh. The Universal Presbyterian Church was also not united. She looked around the outside world and felt a little disappointed. The rules of Marvel's world were different from her world. The divine weapons here were basically useless. First of all, she did not lack divine weapons. Secondly, Gao Tianzuan's toys accounted for more than half of the things here. Even if she did not need them, she could not give up on collecting payment. She picked and picked, taking away half of Gao Tianzuan's collection. She left all the toys and trophies for him to slowly recall when he had nothing to do. Her thieving behavior caused Gao Tianzuan to be dissatisfied. However, it was only dissatisfaction. Both of them knew that those things were more valuable than practical. It was not difficult to treat him. After all, it was not the 7 bugs and 7 flowers ointment. Kalana was a scientist, not a poison master. His mind was 99% focused on scientific research. His requirements for weapons were very simple. The attack energy had to be thick enough, large enough, and strong enough to destroy the universe for him to study. Thea first checked Gao Tianzuan's wound. He had just finished fighting with Kalana. It was very obvious that this was caused by his energy gun. Could that gun be the space probe? This question needed to be explored next time. She did not find much useful information from the little blue man's memory. From this angle, it was a little like a sneak attack. Gao Tianzuan, this idiot, thought that the other party was playing a game with him. He lost completely because he was brainless. The premise of treatment was to remove the energy residue from the wound. However, the purity of this energy was extremely high. Even if Gao Tianzuan's self-healing ability offset part of it, the rich energy contained in it was still shocking. After thinking about it, using her own energy to slowly erase it was a way, but it would take too long. Thea did not have that much time now. Plus, it would be a pity to erase this energy. After all, such pure energy was very rare in the universe. God knows what kind of black technology Kalana used to collect it. Thea felt that if she placed it in her own small world, it would definitely speed up the process of development. At that point, it would not be far from the creation of a real universe. After considering several factors, she prepared to seal this energy. Previously, she had prepared 7 or 8 pieces of hard material to seal the Tian Shi. Later, she searched the antimatter universe. She even had a lot of N-metal in her hands. Then, under Gao Tianzuan's puzzled gaze, she took out 3 pieces of broken copper and iron and began to synthesize them. The metal of hell was salvaged from the abyss where the aura of the dead was the strongest. The resentment in it was so strong that even she, the goddess of death, could not help but raise her eyebrows. The metal of hell that was full of death and the N-metal that seemed to have a life of its own were 2 extremes. If they were directly mixed, there would be a big explosion. Fortunately, there was still the antimatter metal as a bridge. These metals that could survive the Big Bang had reached the peak of toughness and hardness. They were able to harmonize the metal of hell and the N-metal. When the 3 were mixed together, they became a brand new substance. Thea quickly pieced the new metal together, and the brand new metal began to shape in her palms. After that, she directly absorbed the energy. Although the energy was slow, it was still absorbed continuously and powerfully. After absorbing for an hour, she felt that the metal seal's ability had reached its limit. She made another piece. It took her more than half a day to save Gao Tianzuan's old life. In order to seal this energy, a total of 9 pieces of brand new metal were used. Thea threw them all into her own small world. When she had time in the future, she would release the seal little by little for her world to absorb. Her task was completed. The rest of the work depended on Gao Tianzuan's self-healing ability. After discussing the follow-up battle matters, Thea directly returned to this side of Earth. At this time, the DC worlds Green Arrow, Zatanna, Firestorm, Atom Man, Martian Hunter, Shockwave, Telescopic Man, and Frost Killer also rushed over as the second wave of support. Chapter 10-12. On Marvel's side, they finally came to a consensus after Team America's brainwashing. They called in the Fantastic Four and Black Bat King. Professor X also brought in Laser Eye and Singlay. Heroes were gathered, but no one had decided on how to fight the final battle. Thea threw another question at them. She wanted to save the planet Devourer. I don't understand this guy's life form. Who knows how to save him? She asked a few Marvel locals. Her gaze stopped on Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, Professor X, Doctor Strange, and Black Bat King. They had secretly established the Illuminati outside of the double couplet. The few people in front of her were members of the Illuminati. They knew more secret information than the double couplet. The leader of the Fantastic Four, Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, looked at her curiously. Thea could see from his gaze that he did not fully trust their alliance. The planet Devourer's temperament is unpredictable. Are you sure he will help us? Reed asked. Star swallowing was not Thea's pet. How would she know what he would do? She shook her head. I'm not sure. I don't even know what he has done. It's just that our strength is not enough to fight against Kalana. We need allies. He was killed by Kalana. He will be our natural ally. With so many forces gathered together, we still can't fight against that Kalana? Professor X spoke very kindly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was like a spring breeze. He was an old man with a very elegant temperament. A bald old man. Thea respected the elderly, but she also needed to show her strength. She looked around and waved at Thor, who was drinking not far away. Thor was confused. Why did she call him? Thea pointed at Thor. He should be one of the more powerful people here, but he still couldn't take a single blow from Kalana. What she was trying to say was that the strongest player on their side couldn't even take a single hit from Kalana, while she was able to fight for a minute with him. Didn't that mean that she was awesome? The few from the Illuminati were all smart people and understood the subtext immediately. Especially since the Iron Man had also participated in the battle, his words were even more convincing. I have reservations about reviving Star Swallowing. Mr. Fantastic had interacted with Star Swallowing and Silver Shadowman before, so he was one of the more authoritative people present. How about this? This is our last resort. We don't know if we can revive star swallowing, so we can only give it a try. It's hard to guarantee the outcome. Professor X tried to smooth things over. Sia did not force him too much. The star devourer could just lie there like a corpse. She had just found a better target. She pointed at Xinglei, who was sitting on the sofa not far away and seemed to be absent-minded. That lady's strength is simply shocking. If she also participates in the battle, I'll have confidence. The few from the Illuminati gasped in unison. Should they let Kalana fuse the two worlds and cause the universe to explode, let the Dark Phoenix destroy the universe, or let star swallowing eat the universe? There seemed to be no worse choice among the three, only worse. Even Professor X's expression changed drastically. He didn't know how to answer this woman from another world. Xinglei's strength was not under her control at all. Thea looked at them exchanging glances. She didn't say anything to persuade them, nor did she leave. She just sat there and waited. The power of the Phoenix was an unexpected surprise. She had been so busy with Kalana that she didn't even think about the power of the Phoenix before seeing Xinglei. Even though she was far away, she could feel the power. It was the embodiment of the life and emotions of the universe. The power of the Phoenix was like the child of the universe. This power covered 1 to 10 dimensions. It was immortal and changeable. It was impossible to control this power with human thoughts. Other powers would definitely lose their effectiveness after leaving Marvel and entering DC, but the power of the Phoenix wouldn't. It was an omnipotent universe-level power. Xinglei's power was not even the tip of the iceberg. If Thea could observe this power at a close distance, it would be of great benefit to her. In the face of Thea's questions, they didn't use excuses such as denying, refusing to cooperate, or saying that they had seen wrongly. Although the few from the Illuminati had a lot of problems, as human elites, they still had their pride and couldn't lie to her face. It was still Professor X who spoke. "Madam, I don't know what you saw, but Jean's power is very dangerous. She can't control it herself. I suggest that we don't choose this option. I can help her control her own power. We are just passers-by. The power still belongs to this lady. If you are in danger again in the future, she will be an important combat force, unless you think that her nature is not righteous." Professor X was speechless again. Jean was definitely not evil, but she could give birth to an evil personality. It would be a bit of a lie to say that she was righteous. The universe is about to be destroyed. My family is there. I don't want to complicate things, but her power is very important to both universes. Why don't we listen to her opinion? Thea took a step back in order to advance. Professor X couldn't make the decision on this issue that involved personal freedom and democracy. He and Jean exchanged a few words on the mental channel. This intellectual beauty in her 30s who could be considered a mature woman walked over slowly. Everyone knew that they had spoken on the mental channel, but Professor X still asked the question again in front of everyone. Laser Eye, who had always had an unusual affection for Jean, looked at her nervously, not knowing what choice she would make. Has the crisis become so serious? As the oldest generation of X-Men, Jean had a sense of the big picture. Her question hit the nail on the head. The few people from the Illuminati looked at Iron Man. At this moment, their own judgment was the most accurate. Iron Man nodded without thinking too much. At the same time, Dr. Strange also said, "London Sanctum lost contact a minute ago. The fusion of the two universes is accelerating. Then I will join the battle. Tell me what to do." Jean said generously. Sia raised her hand and waved, and the few of them instantly seemed to be among the stars in the universe. Countless stars flashed past, and the universe seemed to be accelerated by dozens of times. The galaxy danced in the sky, and the surrounding scenery was extremely bright. She wanted to pull Jean out for a private chat, but she knew that it was impossible. She could only pull in the Illuminati and Laser Thor. They were all elites among superheroes. They didn't have any problems with shouting, except for Laser Eye, who was a little nervous. "Ms. Gray, do you know your ability?" "Not really. I only know that it's called the Phoenix Power." There's another personality in my body. She might know, but I really don't. Also, you can call me Jean. That's what my friends call me. Jean was very calm. She had faced countless hardships and had the courage to make choices, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Chapter 10:13. Xinglei, the mature woman, was neither servile nor overbearing. Although her tone was a little pessimistic, she still maintained good etiquette. All right, you can also call me Thea. I'll try to explain it as simply as possible. This is very important for successfully communicating with the power in your body. Thea spoke slowly so that the people around her could hear. I don't know why you call that power the power of the phoenix. In my opinion, it's very pure and broad, to the extent that it can't be described with words. We have a similar ability, but the level of the energy in your body is not as high. With that, she showed Jean the white light in her left hand and the first light in her right. The power of life and the power of emotions mixed together. This is the foundation of the energy in your body. With that, Thea took out a small ball of energy from each of her rings and mixed it together, indicating for Jean to feel it herself. Jean reached out to touch the energy ball nervously, and a look of realization appeared on her face. She had been holding back the power of the phoenix for so many years, guarding it to the death, not allowing any of the energy to leak out. However, she had never studied what the power of the phoenix was and what it was made of. Now that she had come into contact with it, she was enlightened. That's true. Sia, you're amazing. Is this your own ability? Of course. Back to the topic, humans have life and emotions. Actually, if we magnify these two concepts, planets have life and emotions too. We have a planet called Mogo that has its own consciousness, but she's still very young, like a child. Do you have a planet with self-consciousness here? Thea asked casually, as if she was chatting casually. You've met Star-Lord. His father is said to be a planet. Iron Man replied. If they had one, he could not say that he did not have one. How could he be afraid at this time? Ignore the fact that Star-Lord's father was a bad planet. Thea replied with an "oh" and continued, the energy in your body is of a higher level than the planet's consciousness. It's the life and emotions born in your original universe. You have to surpass humans and planets. Imagine the entire universe as an individual. It has always been there and has been evolving along with the evolution of the entire universe. At this time, not only Jean, but a few of the smarter ones were also pondering. Imagining such a huge universe as an individual was a test of one's imagination. If the universe was an individual, what was one? Microbes? Seeing that they had digested the information, Thea changed the topic. With all due respect, you can't exert even 1/10,000th of the power of that energy because it's too great. But even this 1/10,000th is enough to help us defeat Kalana. Then what do you want me to do? Of course I'm willing to participate in the battle, but this kind of power is completely uncontrollable. I've tried everything I can. Thea stretched out 2 fingers. It's actually not that difficult. You need someone to share the Phoenix's power with you. I'm just starting to. I'll do it. I'm willing to do it. Radium Ray didn't wait for her to finish before volunteering himself. To be able to share the burden of the person he loved, he would smile even in his dreams. The more he looked at this woman from another world, the more he liked her. Thea was a little speechless. My initial plan is to create 2 rings. One of them is the power of emotions. The wearer must have sufficient emotions. Laser, I was overjoyed. I'm famous for my rich emotions. My will is also strong enough. Thea was simply too pleasing to the eye. If it wasn't for the fact that this was not the right place, he would have cut off the chicken's head and become sworn siblings. Thea thought of something and almost burst out laughing. But she still pretended to be happy. That's great. Also, we have to create a life ring. The wearer must have sufficient life force. Laser eyes couldn't be seen because of his large eye patch. But from his facial expression, it was obvious that he was at a loss. Pfft, haha. I'm dying of laughter. There was almost no superhero here who didn't know the relationship between Laser Eye, Jean, and Wolverine. Strong life force? Was there anyone with stronger life force than Wolverine these days? Iron Man and Thor laughed very unkindly. Doctor Strange and Mr. Fantastic thought that Thea didn't know. After all, Wolverine wasn't present today. The two were trying hard to hold it in, afraid that they would laugh out loud. Even Dr. X, a good man, had a headache when he thought of the entanglement between the three students. Thea pretended to be ignorant. Laser Eye and Jean were embarrassed, but this was not suitable to be said in public, at least not in front of a room of outsiders. As for whether Deadpool could do it except for Wolverine, the two automatically ignored this person. The love triangle was messy enough. They didn't want to provoke the guy who liked to make trouble. What did I say wrong? She asked knowingly. No, please continue. Laser Eye was so depressed that he didn't know who to complain to. Then I'll continue. If two people help you share the burden, you can control the power of the Phoenix for a short period of time. This time depends on the emotions and life force of the two wearers. Even if the power of the Phoenix is only 1/10,000th of the overall will, it can't be borne by an individual's spiritual power. The birth of a new personality in your body is the result of long-term spiritual pressure. If my plan to share the burden can be realized, I think that personality will gradually be assimilated by you. After saying that, she snapped her fingers, and the few of them returned to the Avengers headquarters again, as if they had never left. Since Laser Eye and Mr. Scott are willing to share the emotional burden, then find the person with the strongest life force. It's best to be a close friend or family member or something because the spiritual power of the three people is connected, and there will be some telepathy. If you have no problems, we can continue to the next step. Thea said calmly. The leaders of the Illum Union, including the Black Bat King who usually couldn't speak, looked at Professor X strangely. This was Professor X's family matter, and they wisely chose to watch. The old bald professor was a little conflicted, but he quickly made up his mind. If Jean could really use the power of the Phoenix freely, it would definitely be a good thing. As for the dispute between the three students, let them solve it themselves. He informed Wolverine in the spiritual channel, and Thea made the ring. The laws of the two worlds were different, but the lantern ring manufacturing technology that First Lamp taught the little blue man was really amazing. God knows how many years this technology had surpassed the current world. Using the ring to hold emotions and use emotions was still incredible today. It didn't take long for Wolverine, a burly man with a rough aura, to arrive at the headquarters of the Avenger Alliance. He was accompanied by the white-haired and black-clothed Storm. Thea quickly finished the initial ring manufacturing work, and the few of them briefly introduced it. Chapter 10:14. Mr. Logan's life force is indeed strong. If you don't have any objections, shall we begin? Wolverine, of course, had no objections. Like Laser Eye, he agreed without much thought. Thea symbolically asked for Dr. Strange's opinion. In the real world, the power of the Phoenix was too destructive. Even a trace of its aura would cause immeasurable damage to the universe. Although the magicians in this world were a bunch of weaklings, the dead Alpha Centauri and Dr. Strange in front of her were very strong. In her opinion, they were both at the same level as Circe. The three temples set up by Alpha Centauri when she was the Sorcerer Supreme were not bad. It was the same principle as the new world she had set up. It was to intercept all high-dimensional enemies in a slightly higher plane. Now it was time to borrow the defensive facilities inside. Most of the heroes stayed at the Avengers headquarters. A few magic enthusiasts, or those who had a deep interest in magic, such as Iron Man and Batman, also followed. Lady Sophie did not care about the onlookers. As the president's daughter, it was normal to be surrounded by onlookers. She could read comic books at the press conference, but this was nothing. However, Uncle Wolf and Laser Eye were not used to so many people standing around. Thea sat cross-legged in the empty hall and beckoned them to sit in front of her. The magicians of the New York Sanctum were initially startled by this group of people. Although Dr. Strange gave up the idea of seclusion after he came to power, they were still surprised to see so many non-magicians at once. The remaining 3 protagonists sat in a triangle according to her instructions. Jean sat in the back, while Laser Eye and Wolverine sat in front. Thea handed each of them a ring. I will divert 2 main forces from the power of the Phoenix. The Ring of Life can make your life force more vigorous, and the Ring of Emotion can add emotional energy to your attacks. In addition, the 3 of you will have some telepathy in the future. Pretending not to know the relationship between the 3 of them, she held back her laughter and spoke seriously. A man and a woman having mutual feelings was very beautiful and sweet. Even if it was a man and a woman, it was fine. However, if there was another person in the middle, the feeling could not be described with words. Laser Eye and Wolverine's eyes inadvertently met. The 2 of them quickly looked away as if they had seen something horrifying. Thea coughed, indicating that she was about to begin. What if I lose control? Jean asked uncertainly. Thea had to pretend on the spot. I've seen the Thanos you dealt with before. My strength is about the same as his. The power of the Phoenix is indeed powerful, but to say something arrogant, the power in your body is not even 1/10,000th of the total. If I go all out, even if you're in your dark state, you're still not my opponent. These words were not polite, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. In order to reassure her, Thea directly released more than 10 sealing techniques on Jean's body. Try it. How much of the power of the Phoenix can be mobilized in this sealed state? Jean was a little nervous at first, but after a little feeling, she found that the power of the Phoenix that she used to suppress with more than half of her spiritual power did not seem to exist. This made her have some understanding of Thea's strength. Continue, gradually release your restrictions. Thea said casually. Jean gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and gradually relaxed her spiritual power. It had to be said that it was very impressive for a mortal to be able to control and suppress it to this extent. The process of letting Jean release a trace of the power of the Phoenix was easy to say, but it could break through many barriers. The power of the Phoenix relied on its own characteristics to continuously break through barriers until a trace of energy as thick as a finger was absorbed. It had been going on for an hour. Of course, Thea was not here to learn Lei Feng. If she were to stay in the world of Marvel, mastering the power of the Phoenix was not a bad choice. Unfortunately, she was just a passerby. Even so, the power of the Phoenix was very useful as a reference. Life and emotions were only the foundation. There were many deeper mysteries within that required her careful study. In fact, Scarlet Witch's power of chaos was also very valuable for research. Unfortunately, unlike Xinglei who was the host, Scarlet Witch was more of a user. As for the even more illusory power of the fairies, she did not even think about it. It was too far away. Xinglei deliberately opened a gap in the heavy cage, and a trace of the power of the Phoenix was directly absorbed. It hovered in Thea's palm like a flame with its own life force, but its concept was much more advanced than that of a flame. In the deepest part of her consciousness, spirit, will, and all thoughts, Thea saw the shadow of the power of the Phoenix. It had its own will, as if it casually cast a glance from a higher dimension. Thea bowed slightly to show her respect, and at the same time returned a smile. Both sides made a simple contact and retreated. The power of the Phoenix was like a bystander, watching Thea divide the energy and project it into the 2 rings. It can be done like this? Although they did not use simple words to communicate, the meaning was the same. Thea gave the power of the Phoenix the method of making the rings and dividing the energy. In the future, when it chose a host, it would be much easier, and it would not have to compete with the host like a tug-of-war. Buy one get 2 free, a threesome would be the standard for the future host of the power of the Phoenix. Similarly, the power of the Phoenix, as a thank you, cut off the remaining part of the spiritual connection. A small spark like a candle in the wind became Thea's private property. The extent of her research had nothing to do with the power of the Phoenix. Both sides took what they needed. From now on, the power of the Phoenix could ease the conflict with the host, and Thea also got what she needed. In the outside world, with her actions, a surge of life force and emotional power seemed to be extracted from the sea, and the surging energy was injected into the 2 rings. With Jean as the center, 2 energy lines connected to Laser Eye and Wolverine. The power of the phoenix was directly injected, and even though it was transferred by Jean, the two heroes still fell into a temporary state of confusion. Jean, on the other hand, was sharing the burden mentally. According to Thea's instructions, she carefully opened various restrictions, and countless energy surged out from an unknown area and entered her body. Using the spiritual connection between the three of them, an external cycle was carried out with her, the host, through the two rings. For a moment, the three of them closed their eyes to communicate for the first time. Thea stood at the side and carefully experienced the charm of the power of the phoenix. She could use other people's things as a reference, but she could not copy them. She was also trying to use her life force and emotions to synthesize a power that belonged to her alone. What should she call it? Thea's power? It seemed a little shameful. The young lady's mind wandered, and some subtle changes began to happen to Tsingliai's body. Her hair became redder, and her temperament became colder. At the same time, a power that far exceeded the limits of the universe began to burst out in her body. Chapter 10:15. Her evil personality is about to awaken. I suggest we. Iron Man pointed at Jean and said to Thea. Aren't you awesome? Hurry up and suppress her. Thea glanced at him and shook her head gently. I don't know what level of psychological development you have here, but when a personality is suppressed for a long time, the longer it is suppressed, the greater the rebound will be. You want to use this opportunity to eliminate the psychological barrier? I'm afraid it won't be easy. Dr. Stephen Strange was once an excellent surgeon, and he also understood psychology. At this time, he was not optimistic about this attempt. In his opinion, the illness should be eliminated step by step, instead of diverting energy and treating the illness at the same time. This was too disorganized. Jean's problem is the power of the phoenix. If we can remove the barrier between her two personalities, then she will truly be able to enjoy her own happiness. We have a type of dynamic structure psychotherapy where we can create a childhood environment around her and search for the similarities between her two personalities. After that, Thea said as she spread her magic and simulated Jean's childhood environment. Her father was a history professor, and frankly speaking, if there were no mutants, her life would not have been so rough. Dr. Strange, who had a long face, was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be so good at medicine. I have a doctorate in biogenetics and medicine. The relationship between the two sorcerers suddenly became much closer. From genetics to biopharmaceuticals, all the way to modern clinical practice, whether it was theory or practice, they found a lot of common topics. Dr. Strange himself was an authority in surgery, and Thea had done a lot of illegal experiments and accumulated a lot of knowledge. Coupled with her identity as a sorcerer, they each had their own unique views on the connection between magic and medicine, although Thea felt that these might be the views of Alpha Centauri. Mage Alpha Centauri died early, and most of Dr. Strange's strength was self-taught. Many of his ideas were taken for granted, and Thea pointed out his mistakes at key points. He couldn't help but be amazed. While they were chatting happily, the mages from the New York Holy Cathedral, who were usually arrogant but were actually a bunch of weaklings, were shocked. The power of the phoenix was entering this world, and the magnificence of the power was beyond the limits of their imagination. A few of them could not care less about being the heroes of the double couplet. Some of them began to repair the magic circle, some strengthened the original defense, and some avoided eye contact, preparing to pack up and run. Thea snickered. For Dr. Strange's sake, she snapped her fingers. Wolverine's and Laser Eye's rings began to slow down, and Jean, who had lost all her energy, slowly regained consciousness. You? Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and there was a dark red energy fluctuation in her palm. Then, as if she had thought of something, she gradually calmed down and finally calmed down. How is it? Do you feel any discomfort now? Thea automatically put herself in the role of a doctor. It's easy. The burden on my body seems to have lessened by half, and my personality seems to have changed a little. Tsinglei usually stayed at Professor X's place as a teacher. Although Professor X did not have the qualifications to run a school, and the graduation certificate he issued was somewhat indescribable and not recognized by the country, Tsinglei herself had a doctorate. Tsing doctorate might have been obtained through some kind of mind control ability, but after all, she had received higher education. After splitting into two personalities, she had self-taught herself a lot of psychological knowledge, and she was very clear about her current state of mind. I think you don't have to reject the dark personality. That's you, too. We all have darkness in our hearts that we don't know about. Our Superman here, your Captain America, is the same. As long as you understand what you're doing, it's fine. Alright, you should rest well. After saying that, she opened a portal and returned to the Avengers' headquarters. A bunch of them also stepped through the portal noisily, leaving a bunch of weak sorcerers to clean up the scene. With Tsinglei, the Dark Phoenix that she had magically modified, plus himself and Gao Tianzuan, who had recovered from his injuries, the three of them theoretically had a 50% chance of winning against Kalana, who was at the peak of the multiverse. In addition, there were Diana, Superman, Doctor Strange, and Thor, the two cheats Batman and Iron Man, as well as Captain America, who could take a punch from Thanos and represented the core values of the United States of America, counting all the remaining heroes, such as Scarlet Witch and Iceman, who were currently weak but had great potential. They might be able to help if they held back a big move during the battle. Overall, the chances of winning were still very high. The few of them briefly discussed the next plan. Thea needed to stabilize her state. Her strength here was fluctuating, and many of her extreme emotions had to be temporarily blocked in order to stabilize her strength. And in order to make full use of their advantage in numbers, it was imperative to fight inside Star Swallowing's body. After all, many heroes did not have the ability to survive in space. With Jean's help, she no longer mentioned the resurrection of Star Swallowing. But how to lead the team and rush in was a problem for them. Kalana was not a fool, nor was he a monster in the Instance dungeon. Now that the defense of the space barrier had been strengthened, once they entered, they would be greeted with energy attacks that were called energy guns but were actually space cannons. Thea could not take more than a few of these high-energy attacks. She would not stand there like a target to maintain the passage between the two worlds. We can take Star-Lord's spaceship, Dawn, and rush in directly. That spaceship is the strongest spaceship I have ever seen, but it requires a very high amount of energy to break through the space barrier. Iron Man suggested a good idea, and then discussed it with Mr. Fantastic and Batman. As for the original owner of the spaceship, she was ignored by them. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do here, Thea gently smoothed Diana's frown. Let's go out for a walk. We can take a good look around New York. I saw a shoe store before, and it seemed to have good taste. Thea suggested. With her strength, she did not need to sharpen her spear at the last minute. The only thing she needed was to relax as much as possible in order to maximize her combat power. Diana thought about it. Every time she went to a parallel universe, she would fight and kill. This time, it was a good thing to relax before the final battle. She immediately decided to go shopping with her. Since they were going shopping, they definitely could not carry a shield and a sword. Diana also changed into casual clothes, and the two walked out hand in hand. The Avenger building, a pentagonal building, had a strange sense of direction. The two goddesses changed their clothes and walked half a circle before they found the exit. When they reached the exit, Tony Stark, who had changed into a handsome suit, sunglasses, and a mustache, was greeting them in the car. His fat bodyguard was driving. Two beautiful ladies, do you need a guide? Chapter 10:16. Although he waved at the two goddesses flirtatiously, Tony Stark subconsciously didn't like people who carried shields. Diana's personality was resolute and heroic, full of charisma as a leader. With all these factors combined, he kept a respectful distance from this tall Valkyrie. His main target was Thea. The young lady was full of modern vibes. She had a cheerful personality and was able to chat with anyone. As for whether Tony Stark had the intention of monitoring the two of them, other than striking up a conversation, no one could say for sure. Thea immediately understood his intentions. The young lady instantly counterattacked. She gently lifted Diana's chin, tilted her head slightly, and kissed her. Diana was also very smart. Two red tongues teased and entangled in each other's mouths. They kissed for a full half a minute before parting. It was worth mentioning that when they parted, there was an eye-catching crystal line between their lips. I suddenly remembered that there's a problem with my armor. Take good care of our guests. Tony sighed and patted the fat bodyguard's shoulder. He opened the car door from the other side and walked back with waning interest. They didn't reject the free driver and car. Tony Stark, the pervert, was chased away. However, in order to reassure the people in the double couplet, Thea pulled Vision and Scarlet Witch into the car. I have little experience living outside. I'm afraid I can't be a guide. Scarlet Witch said, a little ashamed. She had no experience. The robot-like Vision had never left the house except for a few group activities. However, after considering various factors, Vision agreed on behalf of the two of them. As for whether it was because he was curious about living outside, no one knew. The back of Tony Stark's car was very spacious. It wasn't cramped for the four of them. There was even a wine rack and a square table. Thea chatted with them about fashion, art, society, movies, and other issues. Scarlet Witch was at a loss and didn't know how to answer. Vision, on the other hand, seemed to be reciting something from a book. Everything about productivity and production was confusing. This may be a little presumptuous, but you don't seem to leave the headquarters much. Is it because of Mr. Vision? Thea asked. Vision and Scarlet looked at each other. Actually, both of us have some problems. The Avengers headquarters is now our home. Thea thought for a moment and smiled. Her smile was as beautiful as a painting. Even Scarlet was a little intoxicated by it. Actually, there are many life forms in the universe. Appearance is not important as long as you acknowledge yourself. There are many unique life forms in our universe. If you care, you can change your appearance and come out for a stroll. Scarlet Witch sighed. The outside world is very unfriendly to us, so we rarely take this kind of transportation. Now that Thea had obtained the power of the Phoenix, she was also a little interested in Scarlet Witch's power of chaos. If it was a one-on-one battle, Doctor Strange could beat the current Scarlet Witch. However, Doctor Strange's magic was mediocre in Thea's eyes. He won because he used his abilities to the extreme. Chaos magic was a unique system that was completely different from the existing magic. Thea pretended to be curious and asked, "You should be a magic user too, right? Changing your appearance isn't that difficult. Is there a rule in your world that forbids the use of magic?" After she said that, she pointed at Vision. The robot-like Vision suddenly turned into a bearded Captain America. Even the vicissitudes of life between his eyebrows were similar. The two were shocked. Vision touched himself and found that there were no changes. It's just a small illusion. His magic resistance is very high. I'm not very good at transformation magic, but I can change his appearance in the eyes of ordinary people. Milady spoke frankly. Scarlet Witch's interest was piqued and she humbly asked for advice. Thea easily saw Scarlet Witch's chaos magic. Your energy can't actually be called magic anymore. It's too violent. It's full of destructive nothingness, and its formability is very poor. Thea absorbed a small cluster of energy from Scarlet Witch's hand and felt it with her heart. Not long after, the energy disappeared automatically. This meant that the energy did not belong to Scarlet. At best, she was the user. Scarlet Witch was a mutant. Her mutant ability was to change probability. Together with chaos magic, the combination of the two abilities could achieve the effect of changing reality. Thea tried several methods, but the power of chaos did not give her a chance to do anything. She could only look but not touch. Unlike the power of the Phoenix, which could be communicated, the power of chaos ignored her. However, she was not discouraged. After a little research, she gave up on this ability. Like the anti-life equation, the power of chaos pursued destruction. It was not suitable for her. However, she also helped Scarlet Witch think of a way. If she wanted to use magic for something other than combat, there were still ways. Downgrade. Lower your energy level. Without the violent aura, your control will increase greatly. The only drawback is that it will consume more energy. Thea's knowledge was far greater than Scarlet Witch's. She experimented as she spoke. Not long after, Scarlet Witch's magic stabilized. The overflowing energy of red smoke disappeared. Her eyes were less violent and more gentle. The method was definitely correct, but if she wanted to use it at a lower level, she would need time to master it. Next, Thea changed Vision's face into a common face. He and the fat bodyguard acted as carriers. As for paying the bill, they could only put it on Stark Industries or Double Couplet. Thea's money could not be used here, and she could not buy a pair of shoes and barter. That would be too much. It had to be said that New York was very big. They had only walked one street when it was almost evening. Let's go back. It's already very late. The fat bodyguard was so tired that he was covered in sweat. He had gone back and forth 3 times and now had 7 or 8 bags in his hands. He looked at Thea and Diana strangely. Are you really here to protect the world? Are you not here to have fun? Thanks to the sweet atmosphere between the 2 goddesses, Vision and Scarlet, the lovers also enjoyed themselves. There was no burden on their minds. Someone paid the bill, someone carried the bags, and they took whatever they saw. Was there anything better than this in the world? Only the fat bodyguard was fed a mouthful of dog food, which was the main reason why he was a little grumpy. It's not too late, is it? The night view of a big city is also beautiful. Do you all go to bed at 8 o'clock? Thea looked at the fat bodyguard in amusement. Which international metropolis would go to bed at 8 o'clock? It was not like they were from ancient times. The fat bodyguard shook his head. Chapter 10:17. Let's go for a drink, Thea said, pointing to a bar. Now surrounded by happiness, Vision and Scarlet did not hesitate. The fat bodyguard could only follow them while calling his boss. Does this count as working overtime tonight? New York is not peaceful at night. God knows which villain will jump out to make trouble. The fat bodyguard felt a lot of pressure. He was afraid that Thea would cause trouble, but he was also afraid that the bad guys in New York would smear his world. His luck was good. It didn't take long for Tony Stark and Thor, who had changed into casual clothes, to arrive together. Scarlet Witch and Vision, who had been studied by Hydra for many years, were a little overwhelmed by the hustle and bustle in the bar of human society. Magic and precision calculation did not tell them what to do. The 2 sat awkwardly in the chair until Tony and Thor entered the door, and they recovered some of their calmness. Why did you bring them to the bar? Tony complained. Thea disagreed. They are not children. What's the problem? Your thinking is a bit old-fashioned. Tony almost vomited blood. I'm old-fashioned? Are you sure you're talking about me and not Steve Rogers? You can't find anyone more open-minded than me in the whole United States. Thea ignored the angry Tony Stark. With a wave of her right hand, everyone had a glass in front of them. Even the fat bodyguard was not ignored. After that, she poured a glass of wine for each of them. Come and try our fine wine. This is the wine of the god of wine, Dionysus. To show her sincerity, she and Diana had a drink first. Thor picked up the glass and poured it without saying a word. Good wine. Tony, the fat bodyguard, Scarlet Witch, and Vision also drank it. It is worth mentioning that Vision is a robot. The wine will be directly converted into energy and absorbed by the body. Again. To be able to fight side by side this time. Thea poured another glass for each of them. This time, the atmosphere became more lively. The dining table was indeed a good place to build relationships. By the time he finished his 3rd glass, Thor had already started shouting, for Asgard. Fortunately, Thea had set up a soundproof and illusion enchantment, so it looked like they were just chatting to each other. The wine of Dionysus would bring out the joy in everyone's heart. They all had a good time. Not caring where Asgard's door was facing, they all shouted, for Asgard. After all, Tony Stark was still an ordinary person. After drinking 5 glasses of this kind of fine wine, he couldn't take it anymore. Considering that she couldn't bring a drunkard to fight Kalana tomorrow, Thea asked the fat bodyguard to take him back first. They could teleport back or fly back later. After the 2 ordinary people left, the remaining few were not ordinary. The atmosphere finally warmed up. What is a god like in your world? Thor could tell that this question had been bothering him for a long time. We are gods. My father is the main god, and my mother is a blessed ordinary person. Diana answered quickly. What's your relationship with Hela? Thor asked Thea very seriously. Who was Hela? Diana's attention was also attracted. Judging from the name, it was a woman. Was there a third party? I don't know her. I've never heard of her. Thea denied. They had no relationship to begin with. But your strength seems a bit similar. How did you break my hammer back then? Were you already this strong back then? Thea frowned slightly. What do you mean back then? To you, it was a few years ago, but in my timeline, it hasn't even been a day. Thor did not fully understand. Before Thea could explain, they heard a loud bang. It sounded like something heavy had hit the wall, followed by the sound of several pistols and submachine guns. Before they could decide whether to continue drinking or go out to take a look, they saw a burly man rush into the soundproof barrier like a ball. Naturally, the barrier was broken. The man was stunned, and so were the few who were drinking. Hey! The guy on the ground was beaten up by me. I really didn't know you were here. Not far away, Little Spider, who was wearing red tights, was apologizing to them. It was not a good thing to let the people from another world see their city in a mess. It's okay. Thea lifted her leg and kicked the man on the ground to Little Spider. They could not drink anymore, so they flew back to rest. It's not peaceful here. I think it's worse than the metropolis. Diana and Thea said in the telepathic channel. Wasn't that right? New York was normal and harmonious during the day, but it was lively at night. There was 1 hero per city in DC, and 1 hero per block here. But even so, there were still not enough. There were too many bad guys. Little Spider needed to participate in the battle tomorrow, but they could not stop fighting criminals at night. Daredevil was fighting, Punisher was fighting, and Iron Fist was also fighting. The whole city was noisy at night, as if it was Chinese New Year. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do, Thea pulled Diana back to sleep. It was really tiring. In someone else's territory, they did not do anything. They just turned off the lights and went to sleep. This habitual action made the people in the double couplet boo. The other world seems to be very open-minded in terms of concept. The next morning, they were woken up by the sound of metal colliding. They changed their clothes and went outside to take a look. It was really lively. Batman was controlling his new Fenrir armor to fight against Thor, and Tony Stark also took out his trump card, the armor he named Odin's Blessing, to fight against Superman. Thea mainly looked at the Iron Man's new armor. It was different from his usual bright gold and red color. This armor looked a little deep and introverted. To put it simply, it was a little black. The arms, shoulders, and thighs were all sharp spikes. After the armor was activated, dark red energy flowed through the whole body. Whether it was strength or speed, it could bring a huge improvement to the user. As long as the reactor in the chest ran in the opposite direction, it could fire an energy cannon with a large range. This thing is called Odin's Blessing armor? Thea asked Vision beside her. After getting a positive answer, Thea was a little amused. Was this armor really Odin's Blessing? Did Tony Stark steal Asgard's destroyer and modify it himself? Apart from the head, this thing was no different from the destroyer in every other aspect. This was obviously the one that Thor had destroyed on Earth. Superman still had his old habit of holding back. For a while, he was suppressed by the Iron Man. On the other side, Batman and Thor were fighting fiercely. The Fenrir armor's high magic resistance and high defense made Thor unable to use his strength. Thea took a few glances and pulled Diana to eat breakfast. On the way, they saw a few people also fighting on their own. It was understandable for them to cooperate in the battle later. Chapter 10:18. For example, Green Arrow and Hawkeye were competing in archery. The two of them had fixed targets and moving targets, from long range to melee. Zatanna and Scarlet, which were discussing magic, Martian Manhunter and Professor X were having morning tea, and Atom Man and Ant-Man were discussing who was smaller. "Jean, you guys. Good morning." Seeing the entangled trio in the restaurant, Thea felt that the three of them probably didn't sleep all night. Of course, she didn't think too much about it, it was just a normal thought. The three of them greeted her awkwardly. As the main force, Jean had to participate in the battle today. She changed into a red and black leather jacket with the X-Men logo on the belt. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and her temperament was colder than yesterday. Compared to yesterday, she was a little cold, but it was not a big problem. This was a necessary stage of the initial personality fusion. Fighting, especially in the face of a strong enemy, could also speed up the process. "Miss Quinn, how far apart does this ring need to be for it to take effect?" "Miss Quinn, what should the ring do if it wants to close the loop?" "Miss Quinn, this ring," the two heroes threw out 7 or 8 questions at once, and she could only answer them one by one. Then, under the resentful eyes of the two, she pulled Diana and fled. On the way, she whispered the relationship between the three of them, and Valkyrie chuckled. "Then will they be like this in the future?" Thea scratched her cheek in thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, "Maybe." They walked into the meeting room, laughing. The heroes gathered together today, ready to fight Kalana to the death. Gao Tianzuan's hiding ability was very strong. He had already entered first, waiting for their attack signal, and then they could deal with Kalana together. The old cunning man's fighting ability might be a little weak, but his hiding ability had not been lost after so many years. Both sides shouted 2 slogans and boarded Star-Lord's Dawn. "This is it, start accelerating." Thea found a weak point in space, and then Star-Lord directly increased the energy supply to the ship to the maximum, and rushed into the empty void. When the energy reached a certain level, it would naturally break through space. Their flying ship directly broke through the barrier and entered the area where the two worlds converged. Not far away, Star Swallowing's corpse was still there. The heroes were fully armed and checked their equipment one last time. Kalana was not alone. He had gathered a lot of space pirates and interstellar criminals under his command. Some were from Marvel, and some were from DC. These were the information that Batman had gathered from the probe that he had thrown out during the last battle. The heroes needed to rush into the central control area, find Kalana, and defeat him. Boom! With a loud crash, the spaceship made a hard landing. This spaceship was indeed very sturdy. Even after such a suicidal crash, it was only slightly damaged. Whoosh! 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 Flying sounds could be heard. A few who had space survival capabilities and believed that they were faster than the spaceship had already disembarked. They wanted to clear an area for the subsequent heroes to land. Thea was the first to engage in battle with the Holy Sword. An alien with a head like a rhinoceros and a body like a spider was sliced in half by the Holy Sword. Dark green pus and blood splattered everywhere. For Asgard. Only Thor could shout such a slogan and not be afraid of the dirty blood falling into his mouth. Thea wanted to ask him, wasn't Asgard destroyed? Thump. Thump. Vigorous footsteps could be heard. A green figure overtook Thea. Hulk was very excited. He smashed a guy with an energy gun with a punch and rushed in without hesitation. The remaining heroes began to use their magic. The little spider swung its spider silk and ran in while muttering. Batman changed into a speed-type armor and was only half a step behind Spider-Man. The mages used their own magic to perform high-speed displacement. For example, Doctor Strange could move hundreds of meters with a wave of his hand. Zatanna and Scarlet, which also had their own magic skills. Green Arrow Oliver activated his armor under the surprised gaze of his new friend, Hawkeye. Flames spurted out from the soles of his feet and he quickly chased after them. Captain America, who represented the free will of the United States, did not have these abilities. He could only run with his 2 legs. Although he was very fast, it was not enough in front of a group of superhumans. Thea looked at the other heroes who were in the same situation as him but did not give up. These were mainly Marvel's heroes. Their DC heroes did not come over. She stretched out her hand and a green light appeared. They began to speed up and cast a Marvel version of group haste. Kalana's minions could not stop them at all. The group of people was like a hot knife through butter. Thea, Diana, Tsinglei, Wolverine, Laser Eye, and Hulk alone were the fastest. Some of the rest had the principle of not killing, while others were running for their lives and did not care about fighting. Star Swallowing's internal structure was not complicated. Kalana's modification was limited, so he did not spend much time on it. The group of people quickly arrived at the central area through the passage. Kalana, today is your end. Miss shouted this sentence, which meant that the battle had officially begun. Actually, it was fine if she did not shout, but it sounded more imposing. Originally, this matter was handed over to Captain America to represent the spirit of the main theme and criticize Kalana. Who would have thought that their speed would be slightly faster? At this time, Captain America was still running behind with his long legs. However, Miss felt that she could also represent the main theme. After shouting, she slashed down with her sword. The sword light not only gathered emotions, but also a little bit of the pseudo-phoenix power that she had researched herself. The 2 worlds were merging faster. The only advantage was that she could more or less borrow the divine power of death from the other side. She had little understanding of life. Her pseudo-phoenix power was a mixture of death and emotions. Although it was not as good as the original version, it was more convenient for her to use. This sword represented her best level. After continuous charging, her momentum had accumulated to the peak. Kalana had no time to dodge. His right hand lit up with a golden light, and a thick shield appeared in front of him. The holy sword cut into the shield with an indomitable momentum. The first few centimeters were like tofu, and then the resistance became stronger and stronger. However, Thea did not give up. She increased the strength of her arm and pressed down fiercely. Kalana had no time to dodge. He was also a ruthless person. He let the holy sword cut into his body, and at the same time, he launched a counterattack on his armor. The white arc of electricity was like a giant dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It soared into the sky and hit Thea directly. With a hiss, countless energy arcs bombarded her body. Thea only had time to block it with her arm armor. After that, the arm